Hey, thank you so much for joining this live stream. Let me get my mic. Welcome if you are watching live. Welcome if you are watching on the replay. Perhaps unsurprisingly to some, it's the middle of the night, but I feel like I want to do some loose florals, and I will explain why a little bit later. So I thought rather than just painting on my own, I would do it with you as we chat art supplies or just relax or just have me in the background as well. Thank you so much for joining. I'm seeing that there are people here already. Um, Feel free to say hi. Tell me what you're doing at the moment. Are you painting as well? And whereabouts in the world are you from? As I do that, I will set everything up just to make sure I think that we're good. Hey, Brianna, welcome. So, part of the reason that I am doing this live as well is that I am doing some happy mail for my Kofi members as a thank you for all the support that they have given me and all the support that you all have given me as well. As part of the happy mail, I asked you if you want it to be a surprise or you want to know what it is. And the gist, the feeling was majority said they want a surprise, which is fine. So as part of the happy mail, I've kind of done a questionnaire to determine what prize people or what reward or what like happy mail people would want. And depending on what wins, that will determine what goes in the happy mail. So it's still a surprise. One of the options is an original, like mini painting. Another option is dot cards, and I haven't said which paints yet. Another option is swatch cards that I've created, and let me show you. It'll make a bit more sense. So as you know, I love doing swatch cards like this, where I essentially do, I wonder if any of them, these ones are all done, where I essentially do like this. Like doodles that I can then swatch over. And that way I'm able to assess the opacity, but also end up having a beautiful sheet like this at the end of it, where in some cases I can see the doodle underneath, in some cases I don't. So that's one of the options, getting one with my designs on watercolor paper. Another option is me swatching out colors for them. And I think the last option is watercolor paper. So I have plenty of different types, just kind of sending a happy mail bundle of paper. um, so those are the options. Oh, it's so nice to see all of you. Hey, Kath. Send my love to Angus. Hey, Astroglio. Hey, Brianna. So that's basically what I'm going to do. I'm trying to sort everything out so that when the happy mail votes come in, I know exactly what I am going to give. As one of the options is a painting, I'm going to start doing paintings. I was playing around, I should show you, with doodle, like other potential doodle ideas. I really like the ones that I've done before, so I may end up leaning towards like these ones. That I have shared and just printing them out. But I just wanted to use the florals that I recently got as inspiration to perhaps figure out some other floral doodles for the swatch cards. And then the other, this I'll show you a sneak peek. This is the other kind of doodles that I have done for my swatch cards that you'll have seen in my swatch book. And I was thinking maybe I would do like art-based ones. I need to figure it out. That being said, let's do some painting. I will change the setup slightly. I'm assuming everyone can hear me and can see me. So the deadline to receive the happy mail is today. And that's part of the reason I was like, oh, I won't have time to like make a video, but the rest of the month is getting increasingly busy and I have loads of other things to do. And if people picked dot cards, I wanted enough time for it to dry, which is why the deadline is today. I have said it everywhere. I want to make sure nobody misses it and it says after, like sees it after the fact, because I hate when that happens. So if you want to join, you want to get the happy mail, you want to get the other rewards, then join my Kofi today and complete the opt-in form. If you're a Kofi member already and you want the happy mail, then complete the opt-in form. and on there you get to vote for your first choice, second choice, and third choice, and then whichever one wins will end up getting sent out. I know I struggle. I can't believe we're almost at 6,000. It's insane. It's actually insane. Um, Let me see who else. Oh, congratulations, Boston. I know I am a night owl, which I think is part of the reason that my live streams are at like a ridiculous time. Today in particular just felt like such an unproductive day. Like, there was so much I wanted to do, and I didn't do any of it. But not only that, it wasn't even, like, unproductive, but, planned to, like, sit back, relax, and just, like, you know, watch TV. It wasn't, like, planned unproductive. I can't look back and actually see what I did, relaxing or otherwise. So I just didn't wanna go to bed like this. In a nutshell, I was like, "No, I need to do something." And I don't feel like I can be, like, fully constructive at the moment, but what I can do is at least have fun, like, end the night on a higher note, on a better note. Um, 1:30 AM, yeah, that's and that is why I was literally like, "I can't go to bed like this. I need to, like, end on a high." Hi, is it Faye? Oh, good, I'm glad. Hey, Kath. Uh, mm, that's literally sounds like what I have been experiencing over the past weeks. I never fully appreciated how much the lack of good sleep puts me in a bad mood, but it really does. It really, really does. Like, hearing drilling throughout the day and throughout the night has just been a lot, but I hope that tomorrow is better for you, Astroglio. Mm. Trying, trying. So let me see. I've just pre-wet both of them, all three of them. I'm actually using, I should double check to make sure that this is the right way around, but I'm actually using the Etcher 100% cotton postcards, which are this way up. This way is up. I'm gonna end up doing everything upside down, aren't I? Let me double check this one. Hmm, interesting. This way is up. I've stuck them down. I've stuck them down in funny ways. This is going to be even extra abstract. Um, so yeah, I'm using this. I've linked everything that I'll use down below, apart from the brushes, because I don't know what brushes I would use. But it's the set of 100 watercolor postcards, and the papers are 100% cotton. It is, I can't remember how many GSM. It's less than 300 though. I'd probably say like 220. Eh, What's everyone else doing? Anyone else painting as well? Arrange my hair. Haven't got a mirror, so I don't know. So I'm just looking at the camera to make sure that I've not messed up my hair. I'm curious to know which whoops, which rewards you guys would like in terms of like for Kofi. Which one do you think is going to win? Because so far I was quite surprised. I I very much thought that what I would want would be what is winning, but that's not the case at the moment anyway. What time is it where you're at, Danielle? Oh, I'm sorry about your sick. Seems like a crazy day for you today, dark roast. This that I'm using is Potter's Pink, and I've just added a bit of Caput Mortem. Want to do like really moody background. I think this is like the first true time I've used Potter's Pink. It's not really a color I tend to go for, but this one is a bit more on the pink side. That's completely fine. I know the feeling. Although, I don't think I've quite got to a point where I mean, I'm probably at that point that I should say, "Actually, I have enough watercolors, I don't need any more," but I am, like, not. Like, I myself am not. Whether or not I should be is a completely different question. Ah, then, yeah, then you should definitely sleep. That is very late. I have some relaxing piano music in the background. Hopefully, that will help you doze off. 5.5 hours is definitely enough time to get, um, some sleep before work. As in it won't be enough, but it's better than nothing. Oh, that's so cool. Okay. So I've added the moody colours, but then I've also added a bit of the permanent alizarin crimson to make it, like, a bit brighter. We'll see how it dries. And the permanent alizarin crimson is one of the colours that I absolutely love and I'm running out of. I've started using the cherry quin red. I really like that as well. This is one of my go-to combos. That's so cool. Hey, creating cute art. Welcome. Uh, Hoarding art supplies. That is one of my one of the hobbies I know oh too well. I've spoken about it a little bit that I was thinking about doing a use it up challenge like creating cute art has done, like pick an art supply and just aim to finish it. Um, but I didn't quite know which ones to pick. So for now, for the moment, I'm just settling for actually using my art supplies as much as I can. Yeah, I know, it's so beautiful. Like, it's such a beautiful color, the permanent alizarin crimson. It's so, like it's what I'm using predominantly here. It's just I think the only red that I really tend to use, and it's because it's so pinky when watered down, it's really pretty, and it makes really nice peaches when combined with, um, quinacridone Kofi, which is another color that I'm running out of. I'm on my second one actually, and even then, running out of it. Yeah. No, that's cool. I'm glad that you are here, Maggie, and I hope that the couch drawing session is going well. Yeah, so it's actually creating cute art. That was the first person I saw do that. She was doing it and she's hit pan, like, she's made very good progress with the I want to say, like, I've forgotten the name. Marie's? Is it like the Marie's watercolors? I maybe it's a woman's name. I can't remember. But that had me thinking like, okay, maybe I'll pick the especially because I have so many supplies, maybe I'll pick one and then really dedicate time to learning it and using it and finishing it. Regina, sorry. No, yeah, Regina's, not Marie. As in Regina's is the creative cute artist. Almost finished. So that's what I was thinking. The only thing was um, the watercolors I obviously keep reaching for the Romish and that's what I'm using here. Um, but then since I have so many, I won't finish them. If I say that I won't use any other art supply until I finish them, then I will be painting with them for years, years to come. Um, in this one, I'm adding a bit of the Indian red, which is a lot more opaque, and I'm like taking up a little bit of the permanent alizarin crimson, mixing that with the permanent red, and seeing what we get. And I'm just using a damp brush to get rid of some of the harsh edges. One of the things about doing the backgrounds anyways, because I know that I'm going to be painting over it, the background doesn't have to be 100% perfect. And some hard edges towards the middle are okay. They add a bit of interest. But for the most part, I try to get like somewhat of a smooth gradient. Ooh, that was a lot more opaque than I was intending. So I'm just gonna lift some of it. Drawing an adorable cow. That's cute. And let's see. Yeah, so currently I think the Kofi reward that is in the lead just about is a painting, receiving a painting. Um, yeah, I honestly thought dot cards would win hands down. I was like, yeah, of course. Um, but yeah, I'm surprised. We'll see. Obviously, it's not over yet, but the deadline is today. That's why I need to keep reminding people. Um, because I would hate to miss out. So I don't want someone. I feel like I don't want, especially like I don't want a Kofi member to be like, oh no, I didn't see it. Like it was. But I've put it. I think now I've emailed everyone. I've put it on YouTube. I've put it on Kofi. I've put it on Discord. I feel like everyone knows now. Um, like I've done my due diligence, if you like. Let's see. You can see the drying shift as well. This is a lot more delicate than this. Let me dry it. I'm going to mute you for a second just so that I can dry. I know, right? Like I've really, really tried to put it everywhere. That's why I was like, okay, today for me, maybe tomorrow for some of you, is the deadline. I will I will let people know. Because I think that some people, although they're like on Kofi, they tend to watch more of my YouTube stuff. Um, especially because Kofi, a lot of the time, like the notification goes in emails. I personally don't check my personal emails that much, but I watch YouTube daily. Oh, you want the salon ASMR? Fine. My bad. Sorry, I thought you guys wanted it. It's dry now. Oh, dry-esque. This one still isn't quite dry, but it's fine. By the time I get to it, it should be. I know, right? So the Potter's Pink, though, I must say, I added. So this is a mixture of Potter's Pink, Permanent Alizarin Crimson, and Caput Mortem. Um, but I will use the Potter's Pink so that we can get a bit of a better idea. And I'm also using the Silver Black Velvet round brush as per your recommendations. Uh, and it's a size 10. We'll see. So this is, let me just be sure, but I think it is. This is the Potter's Pink, which is PR233. Nice and dry. Yeah, I love this color combo. I keep going back to it over and over and over and over again. It's definitely one of my favorites. The one in the middle, just mixing the permanent alizarin crimson with the quinacridone gold hue, I think is stunning. So this is the Potter's Pink. Paper is open a little bit, even though and you can see, even though I taped it. I think that's one of the drawbacks of using like thinner paper. And like, I'm not going to start stretching paper that's this size. I guess the alternative could be to like wet the front and the back, but all that seems so long. Mm, Food cobbler. Am I on Skillshare? I don't know why I sound like a smoker. Sorry. Hey, Artful Nation. I am not on Skillshare. It's funny because last year it was one of my goals, and it just never happened. Um, I feel like I never did. I never did it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm in two minds. On one hand, like I really like the idea of making a course, especially one like just this is beautiful. This is the Caput Mortem, especially one just about loose florals. Um, but then sometimes it just feels like actually there's so much out there that I don't really know what I would be like, what I would be adding, or how I would set it up, or what people would actually want to know. So it's definitely something that I have thought about a lot. Um, I'm just in two minds. We shall see. I think I want something a bit more red. So this is the Indian red. I'm gonna put another one here. And maybe what I will do is actually use the flowers in front of them to inspire something. That's what I did in our Kofi video chat, and that was a lot of fun, especially because the colors in the bouquet are completely different to what I would normally use. Let me take some Caput Morton. I want to make it a bit more, I don't know if I can, a bit darker. I don't know why I'm making it so moody. So I'm trying to mix, we'll see. I'm trying to mix Caput Morton with phthalo blue, which is interesting. Let me show you. It's basically giving me like an opaque neutral. But it's nice because I can see like glimpses of the blue coming through. Uh, hey Annie, I don't know. I'm not really a dessert person, so I don't know any of these desserts that you're referencing. But I will take your word for it. Mm, Uh, do you like this darker mixture? Um, but yeah, for Notion, if you're still here, what would you like to see on Skillshare? Because the other part of me, I think the other reason is that when I was thinking about doing Skillshare, it would have probably been like in the summer, and at that point, I started my Kofi. So I just thought, well, I will dedicate more time to creating on there and creating videos that are requested, if that makes sense. Because with YouTube, quite a lot of the time, I get an idea and I roll with it. I think, and I'm doing the same on Kofi, to be honest. But I think um, on Kofi there is perhaps the opportunity for more input on what people would want. Um, they've in fact inspired quite a few of the YouTube videos by asking me like really great questions. The questions on what paper to use for gouache, that was from Kofi. I'm trying to see if we need to do something there and take some permanent alizarin and crimson and let them bleed into each other. And I think I just need more permanent alizarin and crimson or something. Like I need something a bit brighter. I can make the leaves a bit brighter. Welcome, my dear pencil. Mm, Um, that's a good question, Dark Rose. Has anyone experienced mold? Thankfully, I have not. It is one of my honestly, one of my biggest concerns, especially I was more so worried about it not with watercolor, but with the gouache that I was keeping wet. Um, Thankfully, I haven't had any issues with that, but I do know that it can happen if, um well, what I've been told, I haven't experienced it myself, is, watercolors or gouache that have honey in it are more likely to develop it. I don't know if it's because they stay moist for a bit longer, um, and also, like, just having pools and pools of water inside it encourage that. Um, Clove bud oil is meant to help prevent it. I've added clove bud oil to all my gouache in the Stay Wet palette, and thankfully they have all been fine thus far. I know that some colours I think are, again, predisposed. I think someone said, like, blacks tend to, um, get moldy fast, but again, touch wood, it's been okay thus far. Mm, but it is, yeah, it's literally the saddest thing ever. It was one of the key things that had me thinking that perhaps I couldn't use the Stay Wet palette because I don't know what I would do if, especially because it wouldn't just be one, right? Like, there's quite a few colours in there. Adding some more red. Mm, add some more, like a second layer. Oh, bye, Annie. Thanks for joining. Mm, what audio thing? Danielle? No. Did you throw away the whole thing or oh, my audio is kinda funky. What does it sound like? Let me Is that any bet ooh, sounds like I'm underwater. Is that any better? Is it fixed? Oh. That's so weird. I don't know, like, what did I do? I just moved this close. Anyway, I'm glad it's fixed. Sorry about that. Oh, okay. So I turned off the music and I wiggled the, what do you call it? Mic. So one of those two things. Maybe it was struggling to, like, hear me over the music. I don't know. But it's okay. Um, Thanks for letting me know. Cause yeah, I don't know. It doesn't matter how many times I go live, there's normally one thing that at least one thing that goes wrong. If it's not the lights flickering, it's the sound or the connection or something else. Yeah. All my deep thoughts on something. Oh, I don't even remember what I was talking about. Oh, wait. Oh, yes. I was talking about I was talking about what Skillshare and the fact that when I was thinking about going starting Skillshare, it was when a little while before or around the time that I was also thinking about starting Kofi. So in the end, I decided to start a Kofi and dedicate my time and attention to that because then, in a way, I could create whatever content you guys request as opposed to making a course. Those were my deep thoughts. And let's see. This is, I wonder, I don't know, part of me kind of wants to make it darker. I don't know. But I'm going to leave it alone. I'm not going to make it any darker. I'm adding too much water. I find that each time I use like a different brush, I have to get accustomed to how much water each one takes. Because this one can be quite juicy. I guess as watercolor brushes should be. Yeah, see, do you remember when I was doing some of the swatches, I was talking about how some of the colors look very like vintage and romantic, and one of them was Potter's Pink. And I wonder if that's maybe why I keep feeling like it needs to get darker and darker and darker. Part of me wants to almost like make the background black. Not black, but just a lot darker. But I probably won't do it for this piece. It may just be that I start one piece and make it very dark and start that way. But I am open to color suggestions for the next ones, should you have any. I'm like looking at this, I'm like, should I just make the whole background black? I don't know what's wrong with me. But then obviously if I do that, you know, where will the leaves go? All the beautiful leaves that I've just spent so long doing. What will happen to them? So maybe what I will do instead is I don't even want to add more. Don't really want to add more. On one hand, I feel like you should rest. On the other hand, I'm happy that we're going to paint together. Mixed feelings. I'm going to leave that for a bit and then see. Part of me feels like, oh, actually, it will be like complete when I add the gold. The other part of me is like, I want to paint a black background. But that's always tricky with watercolor, especially if I'm doing the background first, because, you know, I'll end up, I could very easily lose my lights. But let's see. We have this one. Going to start with I'm going to start with Quin Gold. I'm feeling roses at the moment. That being said, I was doing drawings, you know, in the attempt of one, making use of the beautiful inspiration that I have in the form of a bouquet, and two, just trying to mess around with like different shapes and create potential swatch card for potential Kofi rewards should that win. And although I enjoy painting roses the most, turns out I enjoy drawing every other flower the most. so it's literally there, even doing like 5-petal flowers, which I don't tend to like painting much. I'm going to try painting one. I don't know why I don't paint them that much. Just trying to make a... This is looking more orange than I want. Trying to make like a peach looking color. So yeah, try and do... I don't know why. Just so happened that the colors I like to paint are not the colors I like to draw, and vice versa. And let's do another one here, but smaller. And do another one. But yeah, that being said, it was a nice exercise because I don't know if I can't remember a time that I have looked at flowers and tried to paint them or tried to draw them. I've either done it from imagination or from pictures, but as from actually doing it from life, I can't remember doing that. And it was definitely interesting. Sometimes what I thought I saw wasn't actually what I saw. Hey, the lazy-eyed artist. Hey. For the middle one, add some, let me see, add some quin red for the extra fluff flip. I honestly don't know what this you guys are talking about. Looking like strawberry is excellent. No, you're not alone, Danielle. I do tend to overthink sometimes. I think it depends on what on what I am creating. Let me get some more of that quin red. I haven't even spoken that much. I don't know why my voice is going funny. Let's do roses. So we'll make roses the queen. Part of me, one of the things that I was thinking of but didn't actually do was mixing fruits with flowers. I can't remember where, like, I saw a painting that had... I must have seen a painting. I don't know. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before and I was like, oh, that would be so cool. Have I done it? No. It's one of the many things to try at some point. But I can add some more quin red. And I'll make them either cherries or blossoms. The viewer decides. This one's definitely looking like a blossom. But the rest, up to interpretation. Adding a little bit of red in the middle and some of the edges. And going to start adding some green, and then I'll know like what colors are either missing or I feel like I need to add more of. I almost feel like I need to add something red there. We'll see. I'll add something green and then we'll see if we need something more. The green I'm using is Hooker's green, which I adore. And I'm trying to play around with the shapes a little bit. And to see, and while it's still wet, I'm going to take this really dark green. I basically just dipped my green brush in the like grayish mixture I had from this painting and add some of it to the tips and to the ends, just so that it looks like a interesting set of leaves, you know, not just one color. And we'll do that again. And touch some of the cherries, and because they're still wet, they'll bleed a little bit, and that's fine. Adding some of that green mixture to the middle of these so that they have a center into here. And I want to make it a bit lighter. We'll see. So we said we're going to add something here. We'll see. First I'll add here. I like to bounce around on the painting just so that I can make sure it's balanced. Because otherwise I find that if I like spend too much time on one corner, I then look up at the whole painting and it doesn't make sense. Like it's super detailed on one edge and not detailed on the other. So I bounce around from place to place. Maybe dark rose. That might be why. Maybe that's why. Cross. No, that might be why then. I thought it was a painting in particular. I didn't think it was like a back in the day painting, but perhaps. That being said, have I painted fruits? I keep painting lemons in a kind of satire, laugh out loud way over the fact that, you know, I'm stuck in a building that just has drilling all the time. Good question. So how does everyone feel about color contamination? For me, to be honest, I contaminate all my colors. Like I think my palette would probably drive some people insane, but I don't even know how to paint and keep my colors clean. Yeah, I think that's I think that's pretty much all I have to say in the matter. Like sometimes if I know, for example, that I really want a particular color, then I will go out of my way to clean it. But if you were to look at my hands are yellow, for example, right now, it's green because I keep using it to mix greens. I'm double dipping and all that stuff. But I can see the benefit of having a clean and clear palette. And it's funny because obviously, you know, in watercolor, there's all this talk of having multiple jars to keep your waters clean and the benefits of using single pigment so that your mixtures are clean. And then you look at my palette and I'm doing the complete opposite. Absolute mayhem. See, that's literally the color of my hands are yellow. It's green because I will never use it to mix. I will never use it to mix orange because I don't tend to mix oranges that often. And I just always double dip. Let's add some more Hooker's green. Because I guess in theory, to have like completely clean colors, look at me trying to figure it out as if it's rocket science. I would have to like clean my brush between, I would have to mix. I'd have to mix on the palette, but clean my brush between each time that I pick up the colors. I say which I guess makes sense. I could do that. I just never do, or hardly ever do. But that's the thing. I think everyone is different. I asked a question on my community post because I love asking the most random questions, and it was essentially asking whether people have like a neat palette, which is what I assume you usually have, Danielle, or if they have a messy palette, which is the monstrosity that I carry around. And it was very much split. That's the beauty of art. Everyone does things differently. uh, I am so happy for you. um, you'd have to have 100 brushes. That's the thing. I'm also the type of painter that's uses one brush for as much as possible. That being said, I have like started to see the benefits of using multiple brushes in the way that I paint, but also just sometimes I would be there struggling with a brush that is much too big when actually I should just use a smaller brush or I should just use a bigger brush. And I've started to try and get a bit better at doing that. Mm, let's add this. So cleaning that one brush multiple times is just not something I'm going to do. I know. So here's my thing. I am impressed that she's able to use it, but I think I would still use it gouache wet. Um I've used like there have been times where I've literally let my gouache dry out in my stay wet palette, in particular if I'm going to travel and I'm nervous about, where I'm traveling to and whether they're going to let me carry it in my allowance and whatnot. Then sometimes I have let it completely dry out and then I go on the other side and I use it dry. But even then, more times than not, I would prefer to just reconstitute it to its normal consistency and use it that way. It just feels different. Not better or worse, but for me, I just prefer like the consistency of gouache and like the opacity that I can get with it still being wet. Mm. See, that is a good idea. And that I'm impressed by. If you look back on my videos, you will notice that my palette has been like this series of colors for a very long time. And it just continues to change as time, goes on. But primarily these are like where I'm mixing my peaches, my greens, my purples, and then my blues. And they just continue to change and change and change with time. Um, And I think the only time that I cleaned the entire palette was a time that my palette was just a mess. Like it looked so, so messy. And it was honestly just out of shame that I didn't want to show you guys how messy it was. So I like cleaned it up before I made a video. And even then, like when you look at the video, you wouldn't be like, oh yeah, this is in pristine condition. It was just a bit more acceptable. Mm. I think um yeah. I mean, it's not even like too many it's not even that it's bad per se. I think it just depends on what you're trying to do. Like it is easier to neutralize all your colors and to end up having slightly less vibrant colors or slightly more neutral leaning colors if you're mixing a lot of pigments together. Mm. but as we have established, then again, there are some I've forgotten his name. I think it's Liron. He likes, messy palettes and using multiple colors. Um, so I don't think he clears up his palette just for that kind of, having neutral grays that you would otherwise not be able to mix, because it's something that he has essentially created over, I don't know, hundreds of paintings and mixing hundreds of colors together in a unique ratio. Mm. I'm catching up with your comments. Yes, that's exactly. That's exactly it. So I'm seeing, this is looking very springtime to me. So as I said, the reason or one of the benefits is that if mini paintings wins, then I will send my Kofi members these postcards, which I think will be pretty cute, if I do say so myself. Because that was my first thought. Do you remember when I got the postcards, thinking like I would love to just be able to send them all around? Let's do more of the 5-petal flowers. I keep saying 5, but sometimes they're 4, sometimes they look like 3, but you get the gist. Let's do, that's Potter's Pink, reminding me it's low tinting. And there's some Caput Mortem in it. I want more Potter's Pink. And let me add some more. If you could see how little permanent alizarin crimson I have left. It's actually impressive that I'm managing to get any color out of it at all. I do hope they give you permission, Maggie. I'd love to see it. I just tend to find that the artwork that's created while relaxing, chilling on a couch, having a good time. For me, usually not recording are usually the ones that I look back on. I'm like, this is amazing. It's the best thing I've ever created in my life. Going to add green, which is always interesting when you have a lot of red, because they are complementary colors. So that means it will either look beautifully put together and the contrast will be right, or it will look garish and overpowering because I'm using such strongly contrasting colors. Oh, I need more space. Thank you. Uh, I mean, I think if it works for you, try it and see if you enjoy it. That's good. I think the key thing with watercolor or watercolor paper, is that the paper will determine so much about the experience that you have. And that's not to say that cellulose paper is bad and 100% cotton watercolor paper is good. I think it's very much dependent on what kind of effects you want to get and what you want to get from the paper. So if you like adding lots of layers and you want like smooth transitions, then you will struggle more if you're using cellulose paper. But if you want like really bright, punchy paintings and you want hard edges and interesting textures, then you may love cellulose paper. You see? I think it's tricky because I think a lot of the time especially like on YouTube, I don't know about in general, people will say just use 100% cotton watercolor paper, but I do think it's dependent on what you want to use it for, what kind of art you create. So say for me, when I'm doing florals, I love 100% cotton watercolor paper, which I was very resistant to trying, not gonna lie, because I didn't want to fall in love with the more expensive paper, but I do love it. I just, because I like doing smooth blends of my florals and because I hate blooms. But like if I'm doing something even more abstract, or if I was someone who really wanted different textures, then yeah, cellulose would work. Oh, that is a good question. Creating cute art. I'm open and curious to see what everyone says, because or when I did it, and I've made like a video talking about my experience with the no buy and the things that worked and um, the things that didn't, and kind of some of the games and exercises that I did to help me and to prolong it. Um, and those were things like, assessing why I was spending so much, setting up like art challenges or games or something so that I can turn my fixation or my focus onto creating art, um, as opposed to the art supply. So, say for example, I thought that's why one of the reasons I thought your use it up challenge was great. If my focus is that I can't use any other art supply, or unless I finish up, even if you pick like two art supplies, Roman small watercolors and my pencils. If my focus is on that, then the window shopping hits differently because I know that I'm not going to be able to use it until I finish whatever I'm doing. But it can be hard. I was thinking about doing it again. The idea of doing, I think the other thing that kind of helped me is setting a somewhat realistic time frame, where I will reassess, if that makes sense. So I can't say no buy for a year. Some people can and will excel and do great. If For me, I would just find that depressing. But I said no buy for a month. And then at the end of the month, I was like, actually, I don't need any other supplies. And I extended it and I extended it. And I kept doing that over and over and over again until we got to 4 months. And then at that point, there were a few things that I wanted to buy and I felt like I had a better handle on it. And that's when I kind of allowed myself to break the no buy. But I was thinking that perhaps I should do it again, because really and truly I have so much. And And I don't know, I I feel because we have YouTube channels, we inadvertently, one way or another, have like so much. It just feels like a lot of responsibility sometimes, and I don't want to give people the impression that you need to buy art supplies in order to create art, because that's not true. Mm, I'm catching up with your comments. Yes, so far so good. Ooh. I'm just catching up on your comments. Thank you, Maggie. Mm. Yeah, that was. I think that the no buy did help me, like with window shopping, right? Because I was like, oh, I can walk, and I know that I'm not going to uh, buy anything. And it also kind of helped me to think that, okay, I'm not buying anything now, which means that I can come back. Like, I liked the feeling of I can come back. It's okay. Just make a mental note of everything you want. And I just kept thinking about the future and coming back and, then being able to get everything that I would want or need. And then in the end, I didn't, you know, I was like, actually, I can wait. There's nothing that I need desperately now. But I do think it's got to the point where, yeah, no, I definitely have a lot of stuff. Um and I don't know, like I wanted to make I have more than enough things to do like an art haul video um of art supplies that I think I've collected over the past 2 months. And on one hand, I was like, "Oh, that's great," because I love art haul videos and I love, like, looking at the supplies and stuff. On the other hand, sometimes I just feel, you know, you or I will inadvertently end up getting comments about, like, oh, how much I buy and stuff. Not that it's anyone's business, it's my money. But still. So I don't know. I was thinking maybe I will do one and then, as in, like, a last art haul, and then give it a break for a few months and try to do another art haul, another see, oh my gosh, Freudian slip. Try to do another no buy and see how long I can go. Maybe we could do it as a support group, Maggie. And I think it's relative. Like, I know it's hard, like, um, I know sometimes it feels like, oh no, it didn't work, so that's it, it's over. But I don't think that's true. I think if you end up buying something and you actually use it and it improves your art practice and it makes you happier, then it's a win. And if it doesn't make you feel good, or if you buy it, but then when it arrives, you leave it in the box for ages and you don't need it and you start looking at something straight away, then you hold on to that feeling of like, I didn't actually need this and I bought it to help you through the next one. The other thing that I did was I created a lot of wish lists because I just kept trying to like think of it as like delayed gratification, right? That I'm not saying never, I'm saying not now, and that's fine. I can wait and I can end up buying something later when the time when the time comes. And I just kept thinking about how much fun and how much I'm going to enjoy when I get to buy things later. And sometimes later didn't come because actually after like however long waiting, I didn't want that thing anymore. I wanted something else. Mm. I know, is the wanting, is literally the wanting. And it was Liron that I was talking about. I don't know how he does it, but it's entirely black. I haven't seen it in a while, but I do remember someone saying that to me. Yeah, we could definitely do a support group because I was honestly think I feel so warm, which is weird. I think because this is on my neck. Um, yeah, I remember thinking, contemplating doing a no buy for the year, and that quickly failed. But since the year has started, I have bought three like sets of things. One was the art haul that I made as the what do you call it? You know the video that I made about the portrait challenge? That was one of the art hauls. So that's when I bought my purple sketchbook and I had some things gifted. So Artex gifted me their pencils and gifted me their art markers, and I bought like a whole bunch of knickknacks around that time. I then bought paints potentially for the Kofi rewards that were paints that I wanted anyway. And in that shop, I also bought some neo-colored ones and twos. And then I bought um I bought the Daniel Smith gouache, and that was because I was getting questions about it. It was new, and I was really curious to know, whether it would be good. And that's the thing. A lot of the both things that I bought. So I bought I don't want to say which paints, but anyway, I bought paints potentially for the Kofi giveaway because there was a lot of interest, and I feel like, oh, I should get it and talk about it. But I do wonder sometimes if I didn't have YouTube, how many art supplies would I have? I think I would have more than average, but certainly nowhere near as many as I do now. The first year that I was painting, I only had 2 palettes. And now I'm like, what? Close to 20. Am I past 20? Guys, I think I might be past 20. Hey hey Shirley, welcome. Uh hmm. I know. See, your love of fountain pens I took as a warning to myself not to try. I cannot afford to fall in love with inks or with fountain pens. I haven't got it in me right now to have another hobby. So it's going to have to be watercolor and gouache for now. Even the pencils, like I've bought so many pencils that now I've stopped. Thank God Artex gifted me some so that I can at least exercise some level of self control because, I have over 100 of their pencils. And then I have some of the polychromos. Which again I am using. And then is it mainly them? Oh yeah, and then I have some Caran d'Ache some Caran d'Ache ones that I haven't used. They're not the luminance, they are, what are they called? They're like the dual tip ones. Like I said, I haven't used them yet. But yeah, it's funny, I was talking about this with a YouTuber called I think Linda Marcel. Do you know her? She has a really lovely channel, and she released a video called My Last Art Haul, and she's essentially said, for the foreseeable future, she's just going to cut down on art hauls as a whole. So we were just kind of discussing art hauls and YouTube and just buying art supplies in general because they make us feel good, and like it's an investment in ourselves and in me time and relaxing, and they're beautiful, and but yeah, so in answer to your question, I have honestly been thinking about doing a no buy for ages. But as I say, do you know what's worse? I started thinking I'm going to do a no buy. And you remember in my video about doing a no buy, one of the things that I said to look out for, to not do was a very thing I started doing. And that is like over prepare like preparing for the no buy. Because I was then like, oh, okay, I'm going to do a no buy. So I should buy absolutely everything that I think I may need for whatever indefinite period of time so that I don't end up breaking my no buy by buying things that I need that I didn't know I needed. Does that make sense? So actually, when I started contemplating the no buy, my spending went up. And now as I think about it, I'm like, oh, I just want to get a few more Neo Color 2s and Neo Color 1s, and then I can start a no buy because I will need nothing else. Apart from like replacing things. I think that's fair enough. Yeah, that is so true. I I don't know. I honestly think watercolor is on a league of its own when it comes to like the ability to hoard because there's so much of it. There's so many different types. It's usually well, depending on the paint, it's usually somewhat relatively affordable and they're beautifully packaged, they're not bulky, and there's just so much, like, really and truly with acrylic, no disrespect to anyone who watches, and if you disagree, please let me know. I just feel like what you end up getting some golden colors and some maybe Winsor& and Newton colors, and that's it, and Liquitex, and that's it, 3 brands, like, and then you're done. With oils, maybe you'll get some, and I wanna say Michael Harding, you'll get some maybe golden and again, they have some Winsor& and Newton, but they're not as popular. You just get a few brands, and again, finish. That's it. Like, okay, yes, you end up spending loads of money on solvents and mixing mediums and easels and stuff, but it pretty much ends. With watercolor, I have over 23 palettes. I have oh, okay, I think I need to double check, but I think in that video it was 23. I think I have over 20 palettes. Are there so many different brands? How are they have us on a chokehold, they really do. Um But yeah, I don't know. I honestly wonder if we I mean, not as far as a boycott, but if we if we all did a no buy on YouTube, what would be the ripple effect on these companies? Like would they all of a sudden sit at a meeting and be like, something has changed here, our sales are plummeting and we don't know why. And in fact, it's all the YouTubers have gone on a no buy. I'm just reading your comments and catching up. Yeah. For me, you know what actually started? For me, it wasn't the art halls that got me into it as much in terms of like wanting to try the art supplies. It was watching artists that I admire using certain art supplies. That was it. That's all it would take. I know logically, realistically, them using it does not mean that's why they are so good, and me using the same art materials will not necessarily give me the same results, but that is what started having a significant impact on me. I would see someone create beautiful art, um, and then I would want what they were using. It was literally just like that. Mm, I missed your question, Mighty Pencil. Oh yeah, no, that was the question I answered. Uh, Astroglue. You're not alone though. Honestly, I didn't realize how much I was um using because before, apart from art supplies, I am not really like a spender. My siblings tease me so much about my lack of spending habit, my struggle life, the whole thing, lovingly. um, so art supplies really and truly is the only thing that I then started spending, which is why I think it's almost like I couldn't exercise self-control because it's not something I've experienced before where I've just wanted to keep buying stuff. I'm not into shoes. I am not into like fancy dresses. I've had the same coat for multiple years. The other day, my siblings were teasing me for this, but I don't care. I love the top. So my mom has this top that I really like that I was wearing that is in pristine condition, but it hit us the other day that actually the top is maybe 29 years old, right? And I am wearing it as if it's brand new. And I'm like, well, it's not broken, it's good quality. I love the style. So yes, I'm going to keep wearing it. I would rather it and most of my clothes are gifts from my siblings or from my mum. This jumper right here, it's my mum's. I'm just not into buying clothes like that. I'm really not. Um, there was a point in time where I was really into handbags, and I am into handbags. I love handbags. But again, I don't tend to buy handbags as much anymore because I feel like I have such a beautiful collection already. I'm not into shoes, never have been, never will be. What else is there? I don't have a car. I don't like, do you know, like I was all about that humble living life. And then like watercolors came and got me in a chokehold. Like all of a sudden, fall in love with watercolors. One becomes two, two becomes three, three becomes 20. And I don't know how it happened, but it has. Um, so when I did the no buy, it did give me time to kind of assess when was I most struggling with saying no and with not buying the art supplies. And it was, um, I think in part, if I started painting during COVID, obviously incredibly high stress situation. And then from there, it just continued. So yeah, if I was having a bad day, whew, nothing would make me feel happier than buying art supplies. I say this, I was browsing Amazon today, browsing, begging and pleading for some newer colors that I wanted, but the price was ridiculous, so I couldn't do it. Um, and then I was on AliExpress thinking like, oh, I should stock up on paper. Have I finished my paper stash? No. So did I buy it? No, because I was like, okay, once I finish the paper, I will buy. Like this is how I'm trying to get myself through it in terms of like later. I can buy it later. Not now, later. If I buy everything now, I will deny myself the joy of buying art supplies later. Mm, yeah, exactly. That's literally exactly the same thing. So I'm saying not never because I will fall off that wagon so hard, but later. That's fine. Um, and I will enjoy it so much more when I get to, go to, I don't know, Jackson's or anything or order everything that I want online. So that is what is helping. Am I good at it? No. Am I doing a no buy at the moment? No. Last thing I bought. So I bought these this book that I wanted, and I'm not going to lie, I am going to get the newer colors, or I'm going to ask my brother. He still hasn't got me a birthday gift. Can you imagine? Boys are so funny sometimes. But he's told me to send him what I want. So I'm thinking that is going to be newer colors. And then I don't know, you've really got me thinking because I've been thinking about this on and off for months now, and I was literally talking about this with Linda. Just maybe I will go on a no buy again. We can. I'll do like a video, call it last haul, show everything that I have got unashamed with without shame, with a little shame. And then oh yeah, my bad. If you're enjoying the video, remember to like, and then do a no buy for a period of time. Oh yeah, this whole thing of Marie Kondo, and there isn't a single art supply that I would get rid of. I have got. I've again because I was thinking about this less so no buy and more so um art supply regrets, and also I mean, it all kind of ties into one. So one thing was like art supply regrets. The other thing was that when I was talking to Creating Cute Art Maggie, she asked me this really good question that was essentially like, if I, you know, got rid of all my art supplies. Like all the art supplies had to go, and I had none, and I was starting afresh. Say, I've moved to a brand new country, can't take any of my art supplies with me, whatever. What 10 art supplies would I rebuy? And I think that's a great question. And I was actually planning on making a video about it. Um, because that kind of reframes the, like the way that you look at the art supplies. I know that there's none I would get rid of, but which ones would I? Oh my gosh. You know what I just saw? Which ones would I buy? I just saw this. You know how many times I'm so scared of losing this clip? It's the portable painter clip that I've just kept on the side. um, so I think that's a good exercise or good thing to think about. And then I was also thinking about like art supply regrets, so things that perhaps I would get rid of. And I have some that I wouldn't say I'll get rid of because I think that's a waste, but things that I just don't recommend that I actually do regret buying that I'll probably make a video on. And can't remember what the other thing that I was thinking of was. That was kind of in this kind of in the same arena of no buys and does it spark joy. See, I think this watercolor calls to like a type of person. By creating cute art. Thank you so much for joining. I am catching up on everyone. My bad. I love that. That's so cool, Shirley. Um, I was on a galley side, printed out the color chart. Hey JL, welcome. I feel like I haven't chatted to you in ages. Yeah, I know the what if heat strong. That was the other thing that I was going to make a video on. FOMO, like the fear of missing out, because I've already kind of mentioned this. I was feeling a lot of FOMO with the Kuretake Art Nouveau set. Like, you know how I feel like in the art community, and I don't know if it's like YouTube or I don't know what's going on. There are every so often there comes like this new art supply that everyone like really wants, and at the moment, or more recently, it was the Art Nouveau um, Ganzai Tambi set, and not only was it that it was everywhere that was making me think, huh, I really want to try this, but also the fact that it was so damn hard to get here. Like I can't, I looked on Amazon and I couldn't see it, and I just looked all over and I couldn't find it. And that just made it even more novel. I was like, oh my gosh, everyone's trying it, everyone's saying great things, and then I can't find it. Had I seen it in when I was looking, hands down, I would have bought it. Like because I was so enamored by it, and I was really getting hit by that FOMO, which I don't usually get for non-art supply related things. But then on reflection, in light of the fact that I couldn't actually find it, me trying to make myself feel better, I was like, okay, fine, let me look and see, what colors do I really like? And can I find similar colors in a different brand to get instead, to kind of appease this hole in my life that is in the form of that Art Nouveau set. And when I looked at it and really thought about it, there was like three colors that I wanted from that set. Like really and truly, there were three colors that I thought were absolutely beautiful that I didn't have, that I thought I would use, that was, three. But if you'd asked me before I kind of tried to do this exercise to cheer myself up, I would have said I wanted the entire set, and I would have bought the entire set for those ultimately three colors. So I think that it just had me thinking about like it did just have me thinking a little bit more about FOMO and getting it under control, because sometimes even though the urge to get something feels so strong, I don't actually want it. as much as I think I do if I were to actually stop and think about it. Mm. Sorry, humdrum. I know that feeling as well. I bought a few um alcohol markers, the Windsor and Newton ones, and part of me is scared because a lot of them look like they're dried out, so it just feels like a whole bunch of waste of money. Um, but yeah, that's the other thing. Like once you buy, there's this pressure to keep it. You can try to sell them, um, because they are on the pricier side. There will be people who will be more than happy to buy it off you. Mm. Oh, what Astroglio, why are you laughing at me? I'm a little bit behind on the chat, so I'm catching up. Romish Mall. Mm, I can see why, especially if you watch my channel. Especially if you watch my channel, I can see why. But I think ultimately, I don't know what to say because I would want Romish Mall too. But I think if you need it, if it's going to make you happy, it's not going to break the bank, and you know, you live your best life. We're all grown, you know. If it makes us happy, do it. If you don't need it, and then use what you have and fall in love with what you have. Oh yeah, that before the Art Nouveau, it was the granulated schminke. If I feel like the Daniel Smith gouache kind of a little bit, but not as much. I think it sucks for their marketing because they could have, if they'd used sense, then more people would have been interested. But now not that many are. Same with like Michael Harding. I thought a lot more people would be interested, but part of me, I don't know. I hear the colors are beautiful and that they are vibrant, but there's no buzz around it like there is around the Art Nouveau set. So that for me was less FOMO and more I want to try it and I want to see if it's good and I want to use the beautiful vibrant colors and see. As I've as I've kind of already said, I got in touch with them to ask them a few questions and they completely ignored me. So I feel like the brand as a whole is disrespectful. So part of me does not want to love their paints so that I don't have to buy any more of their paints. But we'll see. If the paints are good, of course I'll say that the paints are good. But Remishmore, like I love the brand, I love the paints. Yeah, we're in it together forever. No, I'm joking. Just add some denatured alcohol to revive them. How? Where do I get denatured alcohol? I yeah. Honestly, the I'm just not into clothes. If they work, it's fine. Dark roast, got it. Hit the nail on the head. Cracksons is so accurate. Mm. Mm, that's a very good point. So I think the other thing is that um sometimes you like grow out of your supplies or like, different supplies for different seasons. So for me, the Himimiya was great because it was at a point where I wasn't familiar with gouache and I just was not prepared to spend a crazy amount of money on the gouache. And getting so much for a little price is honestly what allowed me to fall in love with gouache. Since I've fallen in love with gouache and with Winsor and Newton gouache in particular, it has been very hard to go back to the Himimiya gouache. Is it possible? Yes, of course, but I just feel like I prefer the Winsor and Newton. And if I have a limited amount of time to create a limited, like if I have a limited amount of time, I'm going to use what I love. And at the moment, that's the Winsor and Newton gouache. And I have enough of it to feel like I'm not going to run out. Does that make sense? Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why. See, that was part of the reason that I wanted to do the Happy Mail because I thought I would be able to send some. I have like a few to all you friends in the US. Yeah. Not only I was just like, just reply, right? Like, how much what does it cost you? I think so. I got in touch. I think the first time they replied, second time no reply, third time they replied and said, "We're really busy. We will get back to you." I replied to that, no reply. I replied again to be like, "Hey, it's been 2 months. Haven't heard back from you with regards to like my questions and my email. No reply." Then I was like, maybe I'm just because I think I was DMing, so I was messaging like on Instagram. So I was like, oh, maybe it's just that they're not on Instagram, even though I see them post every day. But I was like, oh, maybe it's just because it's Instagram. So then I sent an email, and I just kind of ended the email and said, like, look, I've tried to get in touch a few times. You've told me to wait that you'll get back to me, and you've just ignored me quite a few times. And I appreciate that you're busy. And if it is because you're busy, then okay, like I'd appreciate a reply, and I'll completely understand because we're all busy, and I personally I am terrible at replying um to messages. So fair dues. But if it is like, but like reply at some point. No, been over a month, no reply. So for me, it's just like it's been long enough, and that's coming from someone who's terrible at replying and who extends quite a bit of like grace, obviously. Um, but but yeah, so I'm just like, how? Yeah, it's just rude, It's just anyway. So, and I almost feel like part of me was like, oh, I should just not say anything about it, but then why not? Like, why not? I said what I said, in the words of Nini Leaks. Um, and it's true. It's not like I'm lying. It's definitely been way too long for it to just be like, we're busy. Um, but anyway, it didn't stop me from buying the paints because, well, initially it did. I'm not gonna lie, because I'm petty like that. But then I was like, okay, there's so much interest. I've heard such great things. I'm going to buy the paints. I'm going to try the paints, and if I love the paints, fine. You know, it's not like they are terrible people. I can still buy it, buy the paints. Um, but if the paints are not good, it's on. No, I'm joking. I think I've heard enough like to think that they are probably very good. Otherwise I wouldn't have bought it. They're not the kind of, it's different if they're cheap, then yeah, maybe I can buy and tell everyone not to buy it that I heard is terrible and don't buy. But they're not cheap, so also that's not why. Oh yeah, you're right. I think the price also has a role in it. Uncle, oh gosh, man. The number of things that I have bought after an on-call shift, unreal. And I didn't like, I can literally think of the times that I have been on the bus coming home after a shift and being like, I need to buy something. I need, I need some watercolors. I need something right about now. Um, so yeah, most of my purchases are due to work-related stress. No, I know what you mean, humdrum. Oh, thank you. I will try that because some of them are things. I was kind of sad that I was going to have to. I thought I might have to throw them away. Mm. The Birkin of watercolors. Uh, I know that clip, right? I just saw it with the twinkle of my eyes. This, and it goes on it kind of holds the portable painter together, and that is what I'm afraid to lose. Why I have my portable painter set up, I don't know. But it should be thing. Don't they sell the extra clip? No, they do not. Why they don't, I don't know. They sell the extra everything else, but not the clip. It was actually one of my points on the YouTube video that I made reviewing it, because that was one of the first things I thought. If I lose this clip, it's all over. I'm gonna have to use like a rubber band to hold this beautiful palette together. Um, so it's always in the back of my mind. Don't lose that clip. It will bring comfort to a lot of people should he sell extras. I don't know if anyone's actually lost it, or if you know, not that I'm careless because I haven't lost it, but as in like if most people are like, actually, it's fine. Why would you lose the clip? But for me, especially because it doesn't attach to the palette, like that's what the band is there for, so that you can put it on. But sometimes, putting it on the band just feels a bit long. So I was using it on my table, as in I was using the palette on my table. I put the clip on my table and then I moved the palette somewhere else. Mm. The wash. Yeah, I was honestly, part of me really hopes I don't like them. No, I think I will like the paints. I'm not going to lie. I just hope I don't like them more than every other paint. If they become my number one favorite paint, I'll be very sad. I don't think at the moment my favorites are Roma Schmall and Daniel Smith. I don't think it's going to top them, but we'll see. Mm. And you like Arteza. Do you know what, guys? I can't explain why, because I'm sure it's freezing. I think maybe it's my studio lights. I'm feeling very warm. Um, so I want to like change. Do you mind giving me like 2 minutes to like change? I just feel like I need to take this off and I don't have a top underneath. And although we're all friends here, I'm pretty sure I feel like YouTube would frown upon me just doing a live stream in my bra. Yeah, exactly. Like I literally moved my palette from my desk to my chest of drawers, and I completely forgot. Oh, see you on Discord, my dear pencil. Good night. Don't get demonetized. Do you think they would? It would turn into an OnlyFans account. So give me 2 minutes. I just need to. I can't explain why. Maybe it's wool. Is it wool? That's anyway. I'm going to change. All friends here. So I'm going to change really quickly and change my water. And I will be right back. Give me a few minutes. I'm back. Hey, sorry about that. Sorry about that. I don't know why I was feeling so warm. And I normally run cold. So I'm normally like always cold. But I've been so sickly lately. Um that I'm not I can't explain it. I was feeling hot on top and cold on the bottom. Anyway, I'm back. Sorry about that. Um let me catch up with you guys. Danielle, what are you painting or drawing? Getting heated talking about poor customer service. Honestly, it's how it be sometimes. Oh, thank you so much for waiting. Sorry, guys. Um, no, no, you should. I love the idea of us like painting together. Literally, for Kofi, we did like a paint party, and I can't tell you how much I enjoy doing things like that because I don't have any real life friends that I paint with. Um, so being able to do it with you was just so much fun. Listening to the conversations. It's nice, like chatting on the live stream like when we do live streams and stuff. I enjoy the conversations and chatting with you guys as well. It's just a bit different, and then also I get to see the art, and I get to listen to people. Um, when one of my aunts watched my live stream, and I think she couldn't see the chat. So she thought I was just having like a monologue, which I guess technically it is, but she just thought that I was literally just just talking for like, and I think that live stream it must have been my birthday one. So obviously that was almost 6 hours. So she just thought I was out here just talking to myself for 6 hours. And it's not, thankfully, thanks to you and the chats, but it's just different, I think. Uh, what brand? I was talking, oh, it was Michael Harding. Uh yeah, they refuse to reply to me. And the thing is, um I don't know. Like, as in, like, part of me is like, oh, I should just keep it to myself. But then the other thing is like, why, right? Like, I share when brands are incredibly good to me, like Roman Schmall, who like sent me their entire watercolor range and made my year. So why not share the full experience, right? So even if, and I mean, I think I wrote October. It's been 4 months, over 4 months. Like, I've tried. What? Hasn't been 4 months. We're in April. It's been 6 months. 6 months. Anyway, have I tried using watercolor markers? No. Have I tried using watercolor sticks? Yes. But I use the watercolor sticks like watercolor. So I like watercolor half pans. So I cut them, add them to half pans, and just re-wet them as normal. I know I think Sandy Hester uses them like, I saw her using it almost like a crayon. I didn't do that. Or I don't do that. I guess in theory you could, but I think it's just so much. Like if I wanted to do that, I guess it depends on the colors, right? If I wanted to do that, I could if I couldn't get any other color. But if I was really pressed to use a water soluble crayon, I would use my Neo colors. Can you guys hear me okay? No, I know. That is I'm sorry that you missed it. I think we will do it again. I want to do a mixture of like sometimes I will do Kofi only live streams and sometimes I will do the paint parties just because I think sometimes some people may feel a bit shy, may not want to have the paint parties. Not that you need to have your camera on for it. Like a few people had their cameras off and you just turn your mic on when you want to talk if you want to talk. But I think some people said that they would prefer the live stream. So I'm going to do both. And then the beauty of the live stream is that I can then record it. So in theory, if someone were to miss it, should they want to watch it back, they could. The only potential drawback and why I haven't necessarily like done it or why I don't do it often is that with the live stream, if okay, I can't explain it. If in a live stream no one actually turns up to talk to me, what would I do? Or no, to be honest, no one coming isn't like the worst thing. That's happened to me before, but it's more so like if I just feel like if there isn't a good turnout, it may not be as enjoyable for the people who are watching it live. Um, like, and I don't know if you'll agree, one of the things that I love about live streams is the chat, not just the creator or me talking, but actually chatting with other artists. Um, so I think that's part of like my hesitation. I feel like with a live stream, there needs to be a bit of a it would need to be at a time where there's quite a few people around. Otherwise, it may just end up being one person watching me. They may not enjoy it as much. And then I don't know if that would be great to watch back, is my thought. Whereas if it's a paint party and there's only one of us, like it's me and someone else, I think that's still fine. We're talking to each other. Then we're literally like, that's still fine. That's still fun for me. Yeah, see, me too. I just want to make sure that they are fun to watch back and enjoyable to watch back as well. So we shall see. I will do another one. I just need to figure out when. As in like, because I have done a live stream for Kofi before. I don't think I recorded it though. That's the first three. What do we think? I think it's with the gold, with the black line, it turned out better than I thought it was going to. I don't know why I was so skeptical. Do you think so? Whoops, sorry. This is the first one. Predominantly Potter's Pink. This is the second one, which is the Permanent Alizarin Crimson and the Quinacridone Gold. And then this one is primarily Permanent Alizarin Crimson with Indian Red. And that's the three with the little buds, right? Let me take this off and see. I don't know if Oh, I'm surprised. It wasn't the masking tape wasn't looking very promising. So I'm not sure that we'll get all clean edges, but let's see. Hey Tracy. Thank you. Oh, need to take the way I did this, the way I put this on. Okay, take this one off. You know, let me get it closer for you. That's that one. And then we took this one off. Now we take that one off. And last but not least, whoops. Last but not least, let me just. I always try to save the tape, but it never quite works out. Don't rip the paper. I will try my best. Do you remember? That was horrifying. Was that because of the? That was. I think I ripped it. What? Oh, I ripped it once with the tape. I remember that, and then the other time was with the pallet knife when I was taking it off a block. Oh, it leaked a little bit. I thought so. Yeah. Ta-da! Oh, I'm so happy. They're so cute. So I'm thinking if paintings win as the rewards for Kofi, then I'll be sending these out, and they are postcards. You see? This way. Disregard the way that this goes. Yeah, because tape is expensive. I remember Dark Race. I'll never forget. I literally ripped the paper, and Dark Race was like, unsubscribes. I could hear your gasp all the way from the UK. Seal them with wax to protect them. That is a good idea. The thing is, where is my Dorland's wax? Huh. If I was wax, where would I be? That is a good question. But yeah, I probably will before I send them, right? I'll have to find it tomorrow and seal it. I think I remember the case, but where did I put it? I think I put it in like my big box that has loads. I'll put them in an envelope. When I think I'll find the wax because I haven't used it. Try it on like a normal piece of paper, as in like not a painting that I hold dear. And then if it works, I will try it on these paintings. But the way that I was sending, what I was also planning on doing is just putting, if I do send these out, is putting them in cellophane sleeves. I have some from when I was selling prints, selling art prints. I know it's 3 a.m., but I still want to keep going. Good night, Astroglio. Well done for staying. I'm always impressed. I wish I could air tag all my belongings. That's how I feel. I don't know. It will come back to me. I think there's only there's only a few places that I would have put it. I think that's one of the things that I'm grateful for. Apart from when I see something and I think I need to put it in a safe place, as long as that doesn't happen, I usually feel like there's a logical place for most things, which is why I am in continuously living in organized chaos. Um, yes, 3. Let's try. Um, color suggestions are welcome. I think, I don't know. Yesterday I went to bed at like 5. I feel like I'm not in the mood to go to bed yet. So I'll probably finish these ones and then go to bed after. We'll see. Yeah, no, that was yesterday. Today, I don't feel sleepy. So I'm trying to see like if, because the way that what I'm looking at is like this is what it looks like on the back. So it is Etcher 100% cotton watercolor paper, 230 GSM. So I was right. I said 220. Feels a bit lighter, but anyway, 230 is what they say. So I'm just thinking the postcards go this way, but I don't want to make my art this way. I want to make my art this way. So I'll do what I want to do. Maybe I'll make it this way. So I'll do what I want to do, and then irrespective of the back, I think. Thank you so much for joining. We do what we want. Who's going to be mailing those? What you like? No, oh, sorry. Let me be clear. When I was thinking about selling them, when I was thinking about sending them as Happy Mail, if they win, I wasn't going to send them naked, like unclothed like that. I was going to let me try and put these back and pray that it works. What I was going to do is put them in a cellophane and then put them in an envelope. Does that make sense? So one way or another, even if I put wax on them, I will still put them in cellophane and then put them in an envelope. Because otherwise, I don't think that they will survive the elements. I think the fact that they're postcards is just to be cute, but not actually practical for watercolor. I don't think it's practical for anything, because imagine someone, does this wonderful painting for you. This isn't quite working because I can't see what I'm doing. So imagine someone, does this wonderful painting for you, even if it's acrylic, on paper, and then sends it through the post. It's going to get annihilated, no? Folded in half, stepped on. Humdrum's making me laugh. Good night, Shirley. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful day. Put them any way that I want. Thank you. And welcome, Miss Ebony. Don't worry, we've done one set of paintings, and I'm just going to do this one, and then after this, I will probably go to bed. Just need to reset my clock again, as in like my body clock, so that I am not nocturnal. There we go. Okay. Hold these in place. Nine paintings later. Yeah, no, so I think they do, or I think you can just, send them. I think the sending them is fine. I just think that if you send the paintings completely unprotected, they will just get ruined, especially because they're quite thin. It's not like you're sending a thick board of. So for me, I think if someone, if you're going to, oh my gosh, if you're going to go through the effort of painting on it, I would, I would at the very least, put it in an envelope. But if it's watercolor and you're not putting any wax or you're not putting any a cellophane or what is it that people use? Like, is it bees paper or something like that, or tracing paper? I think there needs to be something to protect the front. Otherwise, it could be ruined by the time it gets there. Good afternoon, my artist life. Welcome. I'm just going to put some fresh tape on this one because I'm tired of struggling with the old one. Did you say you're watching NCIS? I haven't watched the LA one. I watched the like normal NCIS one. I loved Jethro Gibbs and Donoso. I actually fell in love with Donoso, like the actor. I just thought he was so good looking. And he was the reason that I watched the show Ball. But by then he was looking a lot older. I was like, wait, what happened? What happened? And I went and I think I checked his age and I was like, oh, he is a lot older than me. But at the time, because I only watched NCIS last year and I started from the series that's like, would have probably started 15 years ago. So I was like, how did he get older so quickly? But it's not quickly, it's just me binging through a series. I still kind of like his vibe, not gonna lie. But when he was in NCIS, top notch. I need to watch it back, but I haven't watched the LA version. And to be honest, I've run out of shows to watch, so I may watch that. I got so desperate, I started watching The Vampire Diaries like 3 months ago. Finished the entire thing, and I think. So in that, I don't know if anyone's watched it, but I loved the actor Damon. Yeah, trust it to be the bad boy. But yeah, I loved him on the show. So he kept me going, even though I found Elena so annoying. Like, anyway, so I managed to watch that. And then now I have nothing apart from like nothing to watch. Because I'm watching Grey's Anatomy as well. But, that only comes out once a week. What am I going to do in between? I'm watching The Flash as well. That again only comes out once a week, and now I think they've gone for like the mid season break. I tried to watch Daredevil because I do like watching like these kind of sci-fi things. But it was too violent for me. Tried watching She-Hulk. I hated the ending of season 1, but the rest of it I kind of like I enjoyed, but then at the same time, I kind of felt like the episodes, one episode on its own wasn't enough to stand on its own. Like, does that make sense? It almost feels like they stretched out a movie over the series of however many, one season. Whereas when I watch other series, each episode in itself has feels like a mini movie that you then want to continue watching because there's actually more episodes. With this, it would be almost felt like everything was finishing mid sentence and then you watch it. I watched Loki. I watched a lot of TV. LA is the best. Okay. I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm definitely going to I'm happy that I now have something to watch. I know. I love Dinozo as well. I love Ziva. Like I loved her whole vibe. I loved honestly, I loved Damon. Yeah. And towards the end, I also started thinking that you know what, Stefan ain't bad. Like But there's just something about Damon. I love the whole bromance like that they had, you know. Um I didn't quite because I'd heard about Vampire Diaries so much when it was out that I kind of knew, you know, that there was like, you know, Elena, Damon, Stefan, that whole kind of thing. I didn't quite know what happened, but I know that something involving all three of them happened. And I didn't quite understand how they were going to do that, but they did and it worked. But yeah, no, I loved Damon. Um, trying to think who else I loved. Grey's Anatomy. Yeah, that's basically where we're at now with the pink from the previous. I guess this is gonna have to be pink. So yeah, Grey's Anatomy pretty much got rid of everyone. I think the only one still standing from the original crew. I mean, like everyone, Meredith, everyone. Um, the only one still standing is Weber and Bailey. They are the only, like, off the top of my head, they are the only original crew still around. Everybody else is gone. Um, what other shows are there? I'm trying to think who. Oh, from from Grey's Anatomy, Christina Yang, my spirit animal. Like I loved her. That's not the kind of doctor that I am, but I loved her. And um, who else was there? I loved Mark, who was McSteamy. Like I liked his whole funny, haha kind of vibe. Mm, it got weird. Yeah, I tried watching Heroes. It got weird. You know, Heroes, the scene that sticks in my head from Heroes, and I don't know if anyone will remember anything I'm talking about at all, but there was a point where I just remember this scene where I think his name was Siler. I don't know if he was kidnapped. I don't really know what exactly was going on, but he was like in some sort of what to me looked like a greenhouse with a shapeshifter who I think was trying to seduce him. And initially, the shapeshifter was like different types of women. And then the shapeshifter turned into a man. And I didn't know if he was gay or not. And then they said, or maybe something a little bit more familiar. And it turned into him. And I was like, nah, this thing is too weird. And from there, I was like, yeah, no, I'm actually done with Heroes. Um, but yeah, I tend to watch the other. I feel like all my other shows. I'm surprised they let. Yeah, yeah, no, no, he's definitely still there. Um, I feel like the other shows, if there's a medical drama that's relatively recent, I've probably watched it. I also loved um Scandal. I'm a Shonda Rhimes kind of girl. Like I loved Scandal. There were bits where it was weird, bits where I was confused, but as a whole, the number of times I was like, can't believe it, loved it. Mm, yeah. That's literally what they did with Loki. And they were like, what could have caused this cataclysmic event that's like bringing the worlds to an end? It's like, what the hell am I watching? That being said, I still enjoyed it. I was trying to, I don't know if season 2 is out, but I would actually watch that again. Because at least Sylvie, you know, I've forgotten her name, but at least, you know, it's a different person. This shapeshifter literally turned into Sila. There were two of them in the room, and I was like, what? Like I hadn't even considered that as an option. I was like, what am I watching here? Mm. Thank you so much for joining my artist life. Oh, thank you for your kind words. Honestly, I it means the world knowing that you guys enjoy what I'm doing. I still get imposter syndrome trying to stop, but at this point I don't know it will ever stop. Do you know what I mean? Like, does it actually ever stop, or is it just something that I have to accept? I will. Don't know if anyone used to have imposter syndrome and somehow got rid of it. By all means, please let me know. I'm all ears. But I'm starting to think it might just be like the way that I am, and it will just be there, and I will just keep doing what I want to do, and maybe one day I won't feel like an imposter. Mm. No, yeah, I really enjoyed it as well. I just thought it was clever. Like even Agents of Shield, that was another good one. If you like Loki, you might like that. And that had like one of the what do you call it? Twist, like a plot twist. I literally gasped of shock when it happened. I know, but you know, it's less so a thing of like, I know I'm not pretending, but it almost feels like with in terms of like imposter syndrome, it almost feels like how dare I? Do you know like who do I think I am? That's what it feels like. Like I don't know, I can't explain it. Or honestly, the Agents of Shield had me the twist. I don't want to spoil it for no one, but it took me maybe a season to get over the twist. Like I was waiting for it to untwist and it just didn't. And what else was there? Prison Break had a lot of twists. Prison Break had me confused, conflicted, scared. I don't think it ever had me happy actually, but I just could not let it go. That twist. I think we're talking about the same twist, but the twist with the guy that I loved took me a season, a whole season to get over. And even then I was like, this cannot be. I don't know who wrote that in, but they deserved a raise. Or to be fired. I didn't know. Yeah. I was literally so upset. So upset, so confused. Um They really did. And you know, yeah, anyway. I don't want to spoil it in case anyone wants to watch it. I know that it's like I think it's finished now. Oh no, it's leaking. Where's leaks? I think it's finished, but yeah. I think that was one of the best twists I have ever had the pleasure, displeasure, experience of. Because I think I watch so much TV that a lot of the time, like I see a lot of, you know, the twists and the storylines coming, and I'm rarely surprised when I watch TV, but with that one, I was shooketh, confused, deceived. It was the enemy, as in like it was like the guy that I loved was not who I thought he was. That twist. Yeah, yeah. Were you not blown away by that? I was literally like, what am I watching? What is going on? No, it can't be. And still, I thought no, it's wrong. It's a lie. And I was genuinely waiting for it. I was like, there's absolutely no way. I would have seen it coming. It doesn't make sense. I was literally waiting for it to unfold, and it just never did. I haven't watched The Sixth Sense, but if if it was anything like that, it's been years since I watched Agents of Shield, and I still remember that. It's like I think I actually screamed out loud. Anyone who's watching this will be like, "What are they talking about?" But yeah, I'm glad that I can. Oh no, all of these are seeping underneath. I should have just used fresh tape. Some of them I did use fresh tape actually. I don't know why they are like this or being like this. Uh, do you guys like effects in your watercolor? Like, salt and all that kind of thing. Do you like the look of it? I personally uh yeah. Agents of Shield, man. That guy broke my heart. broke broke it, shattered it to pieces. Um but like salt and stuff. Sometimes no, yeah, I don't tend to use those effects because I don't tend to like the way that they look, but I don't know. I'm wondering maybe I should, stretch um stretch a bit, experiment a bit more, push myself out of my comfort zone, all that good stuff. And but I really don't like the way it looks. Okay. Never mind. You'd think that this was by force that somebody told me to try it and I don't want it. Meanwhile, I'm the one who brought it up and I'm the one who's now dismissing it, accepting that actually I don't like it. Um, because I was thinking like blooms and I don't know why I don't like those things. I saw it. I was watching Lindsay the Frugal Crafter. She did a live stream yesterday. I don't feel like I've watched one of her live streams before. Or maybe I've only seen like one, but certainly not many. It was nice. But she had a salt effect. I think that's what had me thinking about maybe I should experiment more with salt, but the idea has come and gone. Pigment powders. That I haven't tried. Let me see. Should I add green? Why not? Yeah, like I know there are, a number of different techniques people use, like adding salt or dropping water, like deliberately causing blooms, basically. Or well, salt is not quite blooms, but it's like bloom adjacent. But there's something about the effect that sometimes makes my skin crawl. I think it's the best way. I feel like some people watching this would be like, well, that escalated quickly. Yes, lay plastic. Yeah, I was watching all these techniques. I may try them. Not today, not now, but maybe in the comfort of an evening where I feel like I have nothing to lose. I haven't tried that. I am going to dry these and I'm going to mute because last time I scared Danielle, so not going to do that this time. Nuh-uh. I'm back. No jump scares. So interesting how I pretty much used the same color, but this one's like desaturated a lot more compared to this one. Anyway, we'll continue. I'm glad I fixed that. I was watching what's his name? Sava? How do I always forget this guy's name? Christian? Christian Sava. Can't remember his first name. Anyway, I watched one of his live streams as well. That was really good. Um he always has the blow dryer on. He'll be like, blow dryer, and then start blow drying. But I can see why it would be startling to be minding your business, listening to my ASMR voice, and then hear a blow dryer. Let's do some. I started off with blue, but now I'm thinking, anyway, I've loaded blue, so we're committed now. Yes, I've seen this technique. And it looked quite nice. I'm going to release the Kofi art challenge later on today. I need to remember to do that because normally I would have done it like next week, but I want to do it a little bit earlier. Your mention of clouds reminded me. Okay, to dip it into the... well, this makes sense. Dip it into the green. So picking up multiple colors. I'm using the dagger brush now. I do still find it easier to use a round brush. I feel like with the round brush, my hand does what my brain wants it to do. With the dagger brush, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Time will tell. Now I'm going to, this will be interesting. I want to add yellow, but obviously I'm out here using the most tinting of blues. So my hope is that my yellow will not be green. And if it is green, then I have to go and get separate water for it to get rid of the phthalo. But I think we're okay. We have a clean yellow. I don't want to, instead of dipping it in water, I'm just going to soak it in water so that I don't have to like dip it in my phthalo blue mixture. And then do this. And pick up some, that was a lot more than I intended. Pick up some more. At some point it will lean to green, but that's fine, like on the outskirts because I've got so much green. But I'm going to do the same here. May make it a... it's not doing what I want it to do. May do this. We're winning. It's looking yellow. It's giving yellow. Oh, like a lotus flower. I was going to... I'm just doing it here in the center, you know. That's giving... It's got a hint of green, but I think it's because there's the tiniest bit of phthalo blue underneath making its way through. So I'm just going to make that even darker yellow. And I think we're winning into... I want to do another one. Just doing it in the center, you know, where I automatically started doing the rows. I guess start as you mean to go on. Just doing it in the middle where I've left space so that it's not as green. And this is me trying to use, like, you know, complementary colors. Put some more in the middle here. Because we need... Don't want it to be like a boring rose, do we? That is true. Ooh, that is true. I did that on the live stream, on our paint party. I don't know if you could tell, because I don't think I didn't talk through my process. I was just doing what I felt like. But we could do that. I'm just lifting up some of the middle so that we can get some of that Queen Gold glow, you know? Kind of want to drink Coke. Will you judge me? Is anyone else painting as well? Apart from... And wait, Danielle, did you tell us what you were painting? I may have missed it. I'm going to do... I'm going to try and get a bit lighter. Because I want the leaves to be blue as well. Maybe not all of them, but certainly some. Relaxing and watching, welcome. Soda at 3 a.m. It is a sleepover. I keep thinking that I think it would be nice to come up with names for some of the live streams that I do, like, because some of them feel like a series. So I'd like to do one series essentially based on using my precious art supplies. So, like, get it done. I'd like to do one series that I guess I'm kind of doing, which is, I don't know if you've noticed that I've done a few live streams with some really cool art YouTubers. So it would be nice to have like a formal name for that. I'm currently, like, I think I named the playlist Art with Friends, but you know, would be nice to think of another one. Or is that one good enough? Let me know. And then this one, I guess the main shebang, the ones when I'm awake at 1 a.m. and I'm like, you know what, rather than do nothing, rather than, I don't know, procrastinate or whatever, or paint alone, I want to paint with you. The impromptu ones. You're doing... Oh, that's nice. I wanted to do more color play as well, because I think there are certainly some colors that I am drawn to, but it would be nice to experiment and mess around with a few different colors. It's actually why I have this book next to me, because it's on my to-do list to experiment with different colors. And I think I started telling you, and then I got completely distracted, that I bought a book that's called something like the flower... I'll show you when it arrives. It's called something like the Flower Color Guide, or the flower color theory, and it's essentially looking at bouquets that have different color schemes in them. So this just has numerous different color schemes and kind of talks through different color schemes, romantic, provocative, and shows you the main color and how you can kind of split it up. And my thought behind this was that, oh, I can look at this and kind of think of different color schemes and try to use them, which I haven't really done, but I think I've done like once or twice, but not much. But anyway, I brought it as a more vivid reminder to try and use different colors. And the bouquet, again, I think will encourage that, because it would just be nice to look at different flowers as well and different colors and draw inspiration from that. So yeah, I think color play is definitely a lot of fun. Oh, bye Tracy. Thanks for joining. Yeah, no, I need to figure it out. I'll just try and figure out this book. The way that, I don't know if this is how it's meant to be used, Miss Ebony, but the way that I am, or that I thought I would use it, is like, say for example, I mean, I don't know why I do a nurturing one, but let's pick like rich. I'm not surprised rich has loads of purples. But say, for example, I'm like, okay, fine, I need a new color palette. I'm going to look at the rich ones. I would look at, say, like this one, for example, which is a bit more monochromatic. And I would be like, okay, I'm going to try and create a painting using predominantly or only these three colors. So I will have something that's like a quin magenta. No, actually, is that quin magenta? No, I'd have something. This one's looking. Where's my swatch cards? Basically, I would then look for colors that match these and use them to create a painting. Same with, like, say this one, which to me is less rich and more like autumn and warm. So I'd be like, oh, I'm going to use some wine reds, and then I'm going to try and create some peaches and light browns, and then add like a pop of bright red. So that's the way that I would use it, to just try and create pieces of art using only three colors, different shades of those colors, predominantly based on this. I don't know if that's how it's actually meant to be used, but that's the way I would power clashing. This to me is like very playful, for example. We might do, we'll see. Hi Dana, welcome. It is 4 a.m. Wild, 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 wild. But that's how I was thinking of using that book. And the book that I'm going to get, I think it's taking like a week to arrive, which to me is a bit ridiculous, but the book that I'm going to get has similar things, but it's actually based on bouquets. So it will have a picture of a bouquet, and then on the left hand side it will have like the different colors predominantly in that bouquet. So I figured it would give me inspiration in two ways. On one hand, composition, and different different kind of forms of compositions that I can use, different shapes, different flowers, but then also the color element, like different colors that I perhaps am not as drawn to, that I can try and see, do I love it, do I hate it? And if I hate it, fine, but at least I've tried it. Because I found it interesting when I was looking at my, oh, hey, Lorna, oh my gosh. We're in the same time zone. That is impressive. The power washing. I think it's because of the clothes that were in the picture. But yeah, so that's my thought behind it. It's interesting. I was looking back on my old art, my old sketchbook, and the color schemes I feel that I was using then are again very different. And I think I was experimenting a little bit more because I guess I didn't know what I liked. So I did a range of different things. Are these starting to look very similar? It's this book. Can you tell I like having everything within reach? Yeah, so this book came to mind in that, like, say for example, this kind of color palette. I haven't really done. I know it has like reds and purples, but I haven't used them together in a while. And I think I actually did that because I was looking at a book, and in the book, it was talking about using like bright clashing colors. So I did that, and then like this super soft palette. Let me hold on. This like super soft palette, I like, especially this one. Kind of similar, but I think I've pushed it a little bit. This palette I haven't done since or in ages. I think I feel like you guys, I'll say all this and then I'll look back and see that I've done so much artwork. But there was one in particular that came to mind, the grey one. Let me see if I can find it. I'm sure it's this one. I think it's this, yeah. Which now looking back, I'm like, it's okay. But at the time, I was like, wait, why haven't I done this before? Like this, I could push this so much more. Like I was like, why haven't I done more with grays? I love grays. Why, oh sorry, I may have just been looking for myself. But yeah, like these two, especially this one, I was like, I need to try this again. Thank you so much for liking the stream. Thank you, Miss Ebony, for the reminder. I always forget. I try to say it at the beginning sometimes, but then I get distracted in that. You know what I want in this one? We'll see. Maybe this one. This will go like this. I think I want to do it with a round. But in the spirit of having eucalyptus in front of me, I'd like to try some like eucalyptus-like shapes. Oh, that's still wet. Oh yeah, it will be interesting. I think it's so interesting when I look back on my sketchbooks because it feels like my style has completely changed. Even if I compare it to, like 6 months ago, it's completely different for me anyway when I look back on it. And let's see. So that's like got a bit more of a eucalyptus kind of shape. And these two paintings are looking way more similar than I intended them to be. So how are we going to change this now? Let's add a flower here. Oops. I'm getting blue. Blue all over me. I haven't tried the Harding yet, but I will soon. I will soon. I should just dedicate time to it this week. I have time and I don't have time. Does that make sense? Like I have time, but it should not be used for YouTube, really and truly, because I have a lot of things to do that I'm meant to be doing instead. But I was very kindly sent some M Harding by a subscriber, which I think has made me be like, I can't use, I keep doing that, but I'm going to stop. But yes, a series, we should definitely do that series of using our most precious art supplies because they are meant to be used. Who was it who was saying, was it like that Aesop's fable, which just hit so hard? I think it's like Milner and his, I can't remember. Someone sent it on Discord. It was like, it's so true. A man who like got all his money, put it together, and then used it to buy a lump of gold. And then He was so precious about this lump of gold that he decided to bury it so that it would be safe. And he would go back and look at where he buried it to make sure that everything is fine. And then one day he came back and it was gone. And someone told him, well, you just buried it there. You might as well have put a rock or anything else because you weren't using it. So it was going to waste anyway. Maybe if I think of his name, that's what we'll name the series. Oh, I'm so glad that you had a wonderful night. That sounds wonderful. Like really, really. For us as the Quinn Gold. Yeah, it's definitely the Quinn Gold. Was it you, Dana, who was saying it? What was the name of the was it Miller and his gold? Miser, yeah. Yeah. The miser and his quinacridone gold. So maybe we'll call the series like misers, but I feel like no one will understand what that is apart from us having watched this very stream and those like Dana who know it already. Let me add some more. I know it's greeny. I think I am going to use some gouache on this. We'll see. But yeah, so we can do a series just going through our precious supplies and getting familiar with them. I found that one thing that's like worked for me a bit better is that if when I get the supply, I swatch it, it almost like breaks the seal. Like I'm much more likely to use something a lot more and a lot quicker if I swatch it straight away. Yeah, I know the gold story. So here's my thing. Like when I heard that, it reminded me of the I want to say the like parable about the man, the parable of like talents. That was something that I always kind of like struggled with in terms of like a master gives three people, I think three different talent, like gives three people talents. Oh my gosh, it's so bad that I don't know this. So and talents was like a wage, a form of money, but in the way that I understood it when it was younger, I was thinking of like actual physical talents or gifts. So it gives one like one, gives one three, and gives one like five. I can't remember the exact number. But the premise is that again, one kind of uses it and tries to invest it and spend it to try and make more. And then one kind of works and slowly, slowly builds it up. And one is so worried about, this is the way that I took it. I don't think it's the way it's intended, but one of them buries it. And then when the master comes and says, well, show me what you have made with what I have given you, he just gives the same amount that he was given back. And he's kind of scorned for that. And I was like, oh, but he was just scared that he didn't want to lose it. I understand that, but it was just, that wasn't the point. It's not, it's not a question of being fearful. It's a question of not using what you are blessed and what you're given with. And it's always something that I've like thought about, struggled with. So anyway, I can completely relate with that. Oh, thank you so much. The the picture is actually, I put it in the description. The picture is actually from Moni. So Moni bought one of my paintings, and that's how like I packaged it. I sent it to her, but she took like the pictures that she took are amazing. As in, I was just like, Moni, please, 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 can I use these pictures because they're just they're just really beautiful. And she was kind enough to say yes. And since then, it's like I haven't been able to stop using them. Like I just keep I just really like the picture. And because it was the paintings that I created, obviously, but also I added like a few extras, hence the like Happy Mail collection. I'm glad that it was helpful, Artful Notion. It's honestly something that I also have to remind myself a lot of the time. So I do think that the series perhaps would be helpful. Um, must keep it new. Yeah, must keep it new and beautiful forever. That's literally the kind of way that I feel sometimes, but it would be a damn shame if we then don't get to use it, you know? They were meant to be used. I think, I mean, I'm saying all this having not used a big portion of the art supplies that I'm super precious about. But, especially if it's something that can be replaced, which is the case for most of the art supplies that I am not using, then I really should use them. Oh, I'm glad. Did you do your own small print? No. Do you mean did I do a print of the art that I sent you? Pre-Raphaelite. Thank you so much for getting that. I remember you asked for the two from the live stream. I was impressed by your memory. Um, so I have pictures of them, but no, I didn't do prints of them. Um, I think that was one of, I don't know if that's necessarily the best way to do it, but all the art that I sold, I took, basic pictures of them and then that's it. So part of me wanted it to be, why are they all looking so similar? What's going on? Part of me wanted them to be unique, literally one of a kind. Beyond an original, there won't be a print. Um, making them extra special. I actually really enjoyed doing that. Like, I really enjoyed selling my art, and it was something that I was quite apprehensive for the longest time. I thought, what if it's not liked? What if, nobody buys? What if, like, the what ifs just keep going and going and going. Um, Another what if was just like, I I don't know, I really liked them and I was like, what if no one likes them as much as I do? Oh, hey brown guy. Thank you so much. You love Budapest was so nice. For those of you who don't know, my sisters treated me to a surprise trip to Budapest, which was wonderful. Kept it secret for months, which was incredible. Then kind of told me, keep these days free. I was suspicious, but okay. And then, like, the surprise was there were just so many surprises upon the surprises. Obviously, I love traveling, so I was really happy. But I love traveling, but I didn't know that we were going to travel initially. I was just told to keep it free. Then, a few days before it was time to leave, my sister said, like, we're going to travel. So, get your passport in order and pack. And this is the kind of temperature that you're packing. And she kind of like sent me an invitation to celebrate my birthday, which was just really sweet and really cute. Um, and then when I get to the airport, my youngest sister is there as well. So they've kind of arranged it. I think my eldest, is it oldest or eldest? I'm older than her, but I have two sisters. The older one is the one who organized it. And as part of the surprise, because I'm like a, sucker for my family, and I'm like, oh, I love family time. I do love family time. Like, my love language is quality time. So as a bonus, she got my other sister on board. But yeah, so it was amazing because yeah, like I said, quality, like I love quality time. It's definitely my love language. So to get to travel, and I love traveling, so to get to travel with them was just so much fun. Um, my sister watched back the vlog and she was like, "Oh, you looked so happy." It's like, of course, I was over the moon. I was literally laughing. Eldest, yeah, elder sister. Thanks. um, yeah, I, I was amazing, absolutely amazing. But in answer to your question, are there any future trips coming? There is one coming very, very, very soon. Um, I um, I don't know if you guys want to be surprised. I feel like every time I do a live stream, I share spoilers. It's like I can't help myself. Elder sister, older sister, older. I feel like older means eldest. My eldest sister. I don't know. It just sounds weird. Like sister number one and sister number two. How about that? I have two sisters. Um, but yeah, I was definitely very much spoiled. And then, so then that was the first surprise. She booked a really nice hotel. She booked a 4-star hotel. I kind of feel bad in one way because she booked a hotel, and you know when it's like what I bought versus what I got. The hotel was nice, right? But it wasn't like a star hotel. So I think from her perspective, she was a bit upset that she'd gone through the effort of getting all this, and then they said they have a spa, but actually it's like a sauna in the men's room. Not quite what we signed up for, but the rest of the hotel was really nice. It just wasn't quite what she was expecting. Me, I was over the moon with anything, obviously. Like, I still couldn't believe that she'd arranged all this. And then on top of that, so it wasn't even that we, got there and, she'd paid for the hotel, she'd paid for my flights. She changed money as well to like treat me with that. And then she also booked like a tour guide, which is great because I really like going on tours when I go on holiday. I think it's a great way to get a bit more familiar with the area and the history, but also more so to like orientate myself. I get interested in the history, but I'm not going to lie, I will forget it relatively quickly unless there's something like very striking. But to get to see lots of different places, I really enjoy. So that's why I really love going on tours. So she booked an e-scooter tour. And yeah, I had a really good time. Yeah, it was honestly the perfect gift from them. And not only that, like, we'd go and do something and she'd be like, "Oh, you should video this, you should video that." Like, they're also like very supportive of me doing YouTube, and it goes beyond just like saying, "Yeah, well done," but actually actually going the extra mile to make sure that I remember to record when I am busy, like smiling and living my best life and overexcited about the fact that we're in Budapest or, wherever we are in the world. So definitely very lucky. And I have another trip planned that's coming up very soon. And it's it's different from where I normally travel to. I'm hoping that I will love it when I get there, and that the apprehension that I'm feeling is just because of all the organization that's needed and the fact that it's completely new and completely different to where I've been to before. But I am going to be doing a travel vlog. about that as well when the time comes. And it's it's so interesting because I find, right, YouTube is a I think I said, was it to Moni or to I said to someone that I think it was Moni, that like algorithms and YouTube and everything are a fickle beast, right? Because I find that the videos that do very well are obviously all the art hauls and the um talking about art supplies. They do very well. Videos that feature my art don't tend to do very well, and I think that's in part why I also get like imposter syndrome. Like, not to say, I don't know how to explain it. Not to say that, oh, it's like everybody should love my art or anything like that. I like my art. It's fine. um, I love creating my art, but then it's almost like, well, if I keep creating my art and nobody's watching it, that's a strong indicator that perhaps people want to see something else. Does that make sense? And it's the same, unfortunately, for travel vlogs. Sometimes they don't get as much traction, and it's not a thing of like, oh yeah, do it for the views, but more so that more often than not, the views are what you have to go on to kind of assess if what you are creating is being enjoyed, right? If nobody's watching it, then does that mean um yeah, no, you guys will it's it's for me it's like a big deal where I'm going next. But yeah, no, I always think that, like, because I enjoy making travel vlogs. I enjoy doing paintings and painting videos, and I think that's in part why I keep doing live streams, um, to get that opportunity to paint. But the videos that get traction, the videos that get watched, and the videos that get attention are not those, unfortunately. Which is a shame because I think it's nice. Maybe maybe I'm a little bit biased, but I do think they are good to watch. Um, yeah, yeah, maybe it comes down to that, but then I also feel like, as in, the algorithm can sense like, oh, it's not people aren't buying things and it's not like commercial, so we won't promote it. I think there is an element of that as well. Um, but sometimes, like, say for example, someone said this as a compliment to me. It was intended as a compliment, but I think, um, because I keep thinking about these things, I was like, huh, interesting. So basically, I was talking to them about um, their art because their art is truly, truly beautiful. And I was like, every time I see your art, I feel very inspired by it. And inspired to like inspired to create something different, especially because their art is very different to mine. Um, and they were like, "Oh, thank you so much. Every time I look at your channel, I feel inspired to buy art supplies I can't afford." And I was like, "Oh, oh my gosh, that's not what I want to inspire from people." Um, do I think there's a shame, like you should feel shamed when buying art supplies? No, I think if you enjoy it, go for it by all means. But I want more than that. Like, I would like, um, yeah, I would like to inspire more than that, as in, I'd like to inspire people to create art and to enjoy the art process and to be carefree and to um, express themselves and to relax and to, um, you put on more. Yeah, I tend to watch vlogs as well. Um, quite a lot. I tend to watch like product reviews if I am thinking about getting that very specific product. I tend to watch art hauls out of curiosity a lot of the time, or sometimes if yeah, no, I do like art hauls. I'm not I'm not going to lie, especially depending on the artist who is publishing it. Does that make sense? If they like my kind of stuff, then I'm always like a bit curious to see what they have got. So I will definitely watch that. Uh, so thank you, brown guy. uh, I was thinking of doing some YouTube videos earlier this year, and I saw your vlogs, and they made it seem really accessible. No, definitely. I think if I really enjoy YouTube. I think that art YouTube in particular is extra special because it has a really wonderful community. Now, obviously, I'm not in the other niches, so maybe the other niches experience the same, but I do think that we have something special when it comes to finding a community. So, and then also like YouTube definitely holds me more accountable to actually creating art because if I did not have YouTube, it's funny, if I did not have YouTube, then I would definitely I think there would be times where I would have stopped creating art for a prolonged period of time. I think I may have created a bit more art because obviously I would be dedicating less time to like editing videos. So I'm just looking for one of my brushes. I would be dedicating less time to editing videos and to the background that it takes to actually run a YouTube channel. But I would have probably like stopped when life got busy. I would have stopped creating videos to focus on what else was going on. Whereas I feel like a certain level of accountability and responsibility to just, I feel like I would feel bad to just disappear on everyone on YouTube. So it's kept me going even if I am making less art. And Kofi, I think, has kept me from quitting YouTube. I shouldn't laugh. I shouldn't laugh, but it is what it is, man. Like, oh my gosh. Um, yeah. So, now I'm using some gouache, which is also looking. I need to stop. Maybe I should keep my colors cleaner because even this one's looking a bit green. So I think if you think you want to try YouTube and you're going to enjoy it, life is short. Do what you want, live your best life, try it and see. There are pros, there are cons, but it's definitely a lot of fun. And it's led me to meeting all of you and having like a lot of fun. I'm glad. See, I also love traveling, so I'm glad that it's inspired that humdrum. I'm just reading, sorry, I'm just catching up on the comments. I think ultimately, if you, whatever you decide, like, I do think that there's a space for pretty much anyone on YouTube, right? So if you want it, I think you should take it. If you don't want it, then I think there is plenty of other things to do. And I also think that, like I said, YouTube takes time. Making videos takes time. Editing videos takes time. Replying to comments takes time. All these things take time. And for some, myself included, that time comes from art time, right? And I think that's another reason why I was really drawn to live streams, because with a live stream, I don't have to edit. So I get the benefit of creating art and not having to edit, which means more time. um, and then also it feels a bit more like, I don't know if you'll agree, but I really love the community that we have on here. And I think a big part of that is, through like the engagement that we have in the comments and the chats and the premieres and all this. So that's why I love that. But I don't like if you're not going to enjoy it, then I think and if your aim is to create more, like lots of art, then yeah, I don't know if YouTube would help with that. Mm. Yeah, am I patient? To be fair, I am impatient, but I don't know. I kind of also use YouTube as a form of art in itself, like as a form of expression, depending on what I am doing. Um, like sometimes people like subs kind of mention, how I explain things in a different way, or how I am um certain videos that I make really resonate with them. And that is literally because I'm like sit down and I really think about it, and I think about the way that I think about things, which I feel is quite different. And I try to put that in a video. So I know I complain about editing a lot, but I do enjoy editing because I do see it as kind of like a form of, self-expression and putting everything together in a way that makes sense. Um, it just takes time. It takes quite a bit of time. So I'm adding bits of gouache here, there, and everywhere. I get that. It's very tough to create a vacuum. You need feedback and support. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, most definitely. I cannot. um, yeah. And I think different creators are different, right? And different creators will need different levels of input. But I'm pretty much on the needy side, I'm not gonna lie. If when I was creating videos, I didn't get any feedback, I didn't hear anything, we didn't talk in the comments, I didn't have my MVPs, I would have quit YouTube, because the point of it wasn't for me to like be talking to myself, it was to find my tribe, to find people like me, to find, I need the 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 feedback and the engagement and the community, and I think that's what's kind of like kept me going. And I think with on Kofi, there's even more so. Like I get to know you guys even more, and I get to talk to you even more. Um, and sometimes it feels like a support group. I get to see your art as well. It's just different. I can't explain it. Both are important, but with YouTube, I only get to talk to you on, in the comment section at certain times. On Kofi, it's there like whenever I need it, all the time. But yeah, like one of my favorite artists on YouTube was Jane Beata, and she creates beautiful portrait paintings. And unfortunately, she has left YouTube. I don't know if she'll ever come back, but she kind of I think it was her last video. She made a video basically talking about like the difficulties of being a YouTube creator, and essentially saying, you spend hours creating art, hours recording it, editing it, putting it online, and then you get nothing. Like, not that many people kind of talk to you, or, or even worse, you start getting trolls. So the only engagement that you get after all the hours that you've dedicated to doing this is negative. So she said, so she stopped posting YouTube videos. It was basically like look, I've tried, I wanted this to work, I have dedicated so much time, but I need more engagement. I can't get it on here, so I'm not investing anymore in YouTube. And I was so sad because I was like, I love your art. Don't go. But I could see where she was coming from. I think I'm very fortunate in that we have a very active community. And I don't know how like mine compares to hers, if that makes sense. Like I said, I think it will be different for different creators in terms of like different creators will need or want different levels of engagement. But I think for me, the times where I've kind of thought like, oh, is YouTube, should I continue? Especially like when life gets busy. I've then turned to Kofi and it's kept me going. And it's kept me on track. So yeah. Shout out to my Kofi peeps. No, I think, yeah, I think it depends. It does depend. I think the imposter syndrome got worse with YouTube, because obviously I feel like I'm in a, I don't know, maybe I should like actually analyze this and be like, why do I feel like this way? It doesn't make any sense. But yeah, I think one thing that helps, but it's so interesting though, because there's so many different like personality types on YouTube. Like for example, Natasha Newton made a video about being an introvert, and though I feel like I am an introvert, I am not shy. So I think that massively helps on YouTube, or helps me. So there's definitely loads of different personalities. Oh, I'm so glad you're here, Frosty girl. Thank you for joining. I'm catching up on your comments. Sorry, let me see. You know, as like yourself really works inspiring me. Oh, thank you. Orange brown canals. I can find it. Do I have it? I should have it nearby. I know what you are referencing, and it is in my travel sketchbook, which is where? Not this one, not this one. Where did I put it? I must have put it nearby. If I was a travel sketchbook, where would I be? Oh, it's not this one. Where did I put this book? It must be nearby. I'm sure it is. Because I was sat right here when I filmed it. Let me think. When was the last time I saw that book? I was going to take it on the road, but I did not. Must be here. Let me think about it, and then it will come to me as to where I put it, because I am currently surrounded by my sketchbooks, but not that one. And I can't remember where I put it, but I know it's nearby. I can't remember if I was going to take it. I will look for it and I'll show you. Oh, we have a new member. Yay! That's so cool. Thank you so much for joining, Catherine. I forget that it shows on here, and I'm literally here, like, not seeing it, looking for my sketchbook. I will find that sketchbook, though, pre-raffle. I know the one that you're talking about. but I don't know where I put my book. I think it must be in one of my bags because I wanted to do some urban sketching. Uh, welcome to the party. Stop. Dark roast. Honestly, nobody roasts me like dark roast. I'm not even gonna lie. Oh, thank you so much for joining, Lorna. Oh, thank you, Lorna. I really appreciate it. Honestly. Uh, I appreciate you. I appreciate all of you. Is the crux of my long and my long chat. I don't know why I do get easily distracted. My bad, but it's because I know that it is nearby. Like when it must be somewhere here, and I feel like I'd end the stream and be like, oh, it's right by my side. Uh, no, I remember. I always find it. I don't know. I don't want to make people feel bad for unsubscribing. So when I see people unsubscribe, I'm like, thank you. um, thank you for your time, and but I'm glad that you're back. Honestly, I yeah, dark roast. If I tell you guys, if I tell you the way she talks about, no, I'm joking. It is actually all love. Let me do line. Ooh, line, 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 line. Da-da-da-da. Okay, are they looking different? Are they looking different? I feel like they kind of starting to look different. Probably when I add the gold, I'll be able to make it even more. Oh my, look, Prussian blue is killing me. Always rock hard. I need to add some more of that blending medium and see if that will help because it is hard as a rock right now. Honestly, that's what I feel like. I did kind of like wiggle to see if it's under me. It's not under me, as in like I'm not sat on it, but I just know it must be near. I'm just trying to think of the last time that I saw it and try to remember that. It will come back to me because I remember I was going to. Did I have it during our Kofi paint party? Did I have it then? I can't remember. No, I don't think so because I would have reserved it or wanted it for when I go out, as in like for urban sketching. So where did I go and why would I have taken it with me? That's what I need to remember. No, it'll come back to me. Probably. Do you remember when we did that last time when it got so late that the UK people started waking up and it was too late for the US people? Don't know if that was a low point or a high point for me. That being said, my birthday stream was almost 6 hours long. What's a subathon? I saw someone say that they were doing a subathon, and they said it was 24 hours. Is that what, like, streaming for 24 hours? Is that what I was thinking about? Hey, Nikolai, I am in the UK indeed. Oh, honestly, stuff like that happens to me all the time. Is it in a bag? I think it must be in a bag. Um, but pre-Raphaelite, in answer to your question, if it is the piece that I think it is, then that was on a live stream, you know? The paintings that I did were from I did the first one during a live stream. So if you look back on them, you will see it there painted in real time. It was based on a photo that I took while in Venice. Reference pack of that is available for Kofi members. The pictures that I took in Venice. This brush is a travel brush that I got from Amazon like 2 years ago, but it still works completely fine. It is a watercolor brush, or meant to be a watercolor brush, but it's quite like it's like medium soft, but it's not as soft as this. Anyway. Uh-oh. Oh yeah. Can you still see my screen? Let me know if you can or cannot see my screen. As in, like, can you see my desk? No. What's it doing? Can you hear me? Oh. Something is wrong. The brush is not natural. Do I sound weird? Okay. I don't know why that happened. You can see and you can hear me. Do I sound normal? I sound no. That's weird. I can. Hey. I can. I could hear myself, and I sounded like a robot, like a kid robot. Let me try that again. I'm not sure what happened there. Back camera. Mute my mic. And enter studio. Got it. What is it doing? Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out why. Why my phone has decided to betray me. You're backstage, only the host can see you. That's not true. The host can't see me. That's the problem. No weirder than usual. Oh, thank you so much, Danielle. I'm sorry for the camera issues that I am having. Is this working? Yes. Mute myself. Change the camera. Back camera. Close. Enter studio. Got it. Oh, finally. Okay. Michael Harding has hacked my live stream. Let me add myself. Here we go. Can knock me down, but they can't hold me down. Yeah, so sorry for covering it. Shouldn't have overheated because I had I have like the brightness and everything as low as I could. It's not a natural hairbrush. In answer to your question, we write it down. It is a like synthetic brush, um, which I've had for 2 years, but it's really like held up because it's my travel brush. It says it's Top Maya. It's just like a generic brush that I got from Amazon. Um, I can look for it and link it, but it's not like any. It's not like a special brand or anything like that. It was just, I think I got a set of four for £12 or something like that, or £15. I'm not a brush like I'm particular about watercolor. I'm particular about a lot of things, but brushes, not really. I've only just started using better quality brushes more recently upon the request of many viewers. No, I'm joking. Upon the suggestion of like, different people kind of recommending different brushes. So that's why I got the silver black velvet. And the rosemary and co brushes were actually a gift from a fellow YouTuber, Paint in Hiding. And having used that one, I was then like, oh, I want to try different ones. And I started kind of using better ones. No, you're welcome. I am glad we are back. I don't know what that was so weird because on my phone it was saying everything was normal. Like I could still see everything. Oh, I wonder, you know what? I was going to do a dark brown kind of outline, but now I'm thinking I should do like a blue one just to keep the blue theme going. This might look very weird, but you know, life is for living, and what better time to experiment on my art than in the early hours of the morning, having not slept? You know that's how the backgrounds started. The adding backgrounds to my florals that started after a night shift. I came back tired, decided to paint, and then for some reason I wanted like a really dark background behind my florals. And that is what led to this whole series of things thereafter. Don't know if I like it dark, but it is what it is. Hey, Melissa. Welcome. Thank you. Yeah, it's only 3 hours, right? I think it feels like a little bit longer because it it started so late. So I never know how long my live streams are going to be. But perhaps when we do the, and that's the thing. Even I was thinking, like how we were talking about doing I think it's starting to grow on me the outline. When we were talking about doing the series, I feel like the beauty or part of the beauty of the series would be that there is no set time, but maybe it would be better and easier for people if I was like, okay, look, for 1 hour on this Friday, or 2 hours, let's be realistic. But for 1 hour, 2 hours, whatever, on this Friday, we are going to use our precious art supplies. Let me know what you're going to use. I'll be like an accountability partner and I'll be like, I'm going to use X, Y, and Z, and we're going to do this like once a month. But I have another live stream coming up on Sunday. Stay tuned for that. On Lindsay's. I saw you on Lindsay's live stream. As in like virtually saw you. That's a nice idea. I'll see, Nikolai, how I feel about a bee. I've never drawn like, have I? I must have done. Like we all did at some point, right? Oh, Hamdram, that is such a good point. There was a time in med school where I hadn't slept. And it was the middle of the night. I think I've shared this on a live stream already. But it was the middle of the night, and I came up with this unshakable idea that I needed to buy a piano. Because I used to really, you know, taught myself how to play the piano, parts of it. I haven't done it in years because med school's where hobbies go to die. But anyway, I kind of felt like, you know what, I'm going to buy myself a piano. Obviously, I don't have piano money. We're talking thousands. I didn't want a keyboard. I wanted a piano, not like an electric piano. So not, you know, the keys are weighted is different. I didn't have space for a baby grand, nor money for it. Nor did I have money for this piano that all of a sudden at like 3 a.m. I decided that I needed. And I was like, you know what? Life is for living. I'm just going to use my student loan, which is food for the next 4 months, to buy this piano. Like I don't know why, I just felt like I needed to. So I go on Amazon, I'm like, look, find it, click buy. Thought it was completely fine. What happened? It didn't work. It didn't get declined by the card. Amazon just like froze. I was like, that's weird. Refresh the page, look, find it, try to buy it, freezes. Try to buy it again, freezes. Try to buy it again, shuts down. I'm like, you know what? Amazon's having a moment. I'm just going to leave it. In the morning, I'm going to buy this piano. Obviously, I woke up in the morning horrified that I had almost spent everything. Like, when I tell you, when I spent my loan, it's not even like, oh, I spent my loan and, you know, I had spare money. As in, like, I had loan to buy food, and the food that I was buying at the time was pita bread. That's how broke I was, and I was going to, and that was, you know, to last me for the next few months, and that is what I was going to use to buy a piano anyway. Ooh, sometimes, you know, it's one of the times I really look back and I was like, nah, God was really looking out for me, because it didn't get declined. There was money in the card and it wasn't saying declined. It just kept freezing at that very moment. So, you know what? You laugh, but there are literally like live streams like that I think are kind of cool. Like part of me really wants to do that. Not till Sunday, but maybe like a 24-hour live stream. The only thing is that I thought it would be weird, like, what if I need to sleep? Right? Are you gonna watch me sleep? No, it's gonna be boring. Or okay, initially I was like, what if I need to eat? But you guys said that it's fine for me to eat on stream. I didn't know if that would be weird. Um, but I've forgotten the name of this Instagram artist. I think like Tia Art. She did a 24-hour live stream where she was I think in a box that she constructed, that they constructed. She had a toilet in there. I think she peed like, or you know, did her business on during the live stream as well. She slept, she ate, she did a painting. I don't know. I kind of like the idea, apart from the, you know, obviously going to the toilet on a live stream. I like the idea of doing like a long stream, people hop in, hop out. But I think I would get very tired. And I think I'm not like the type who will ignore the stream. Does that make sense? Like, and not to like say anything bad about her. In the stream, it's not like, you know, she's talking to people and reading the comments and stuff like that. She was just like living her life while on a live stream. whereas I feel like I would need to engage. And I think that would be potentially very tiring for 24 hours straight. But and then can my supply can like my computer take that? Can my phone take that? It does indeed. Mm. No, of course I remembered your name. You've like commented on so many of my videos. I also think that about everything when I buy stuff. I'm like, what what art supplies could I buy with that? How many tubes of Daniel Smith is that worth? How many full pounds of Roman Schmall is that worth? How many sheets of Saunders is that worth? Mm. Most definitely. Yeah, but no, it was an item that was listed on them. It wasn't like the piano that I was trying to buy wasn't. It was probably like 2,000, 1,000, 1,500. Like it must have been like between 1,500 and 2,000 because I didn't have more than that. Mhm. No, I really tried. I was so close. And by so close, I mean if it were entirely up to me, I would have a piano. I don't even know what, I can't even explain to you how confused I was in the morning. And it really felt like I tried like 5 times. It really felt like a good idea. I was like, you know what? I'm done. I really wish I had a piano right now. It would help me with med school. um, that's it. I'm getting it. And my thought was, once I get it, I get it. Can't go back. I'll just have to make do. I'll have to figure out how to make the money. I don't, guys, sleep deprivation is actually a problem. It can make you do wild things. But alas, I didn't get the piano then. I still haven't got a piano, which is kind of sad because part of me does think it would be nice to pick that up again. But it's been a decade now, so perhaps I should let it go. Uh, mm. Yeah, I think if you're going to use it, go for it. The issue wasn't so much so the guitar and not the guitar. It wasn't so much so the piano. It was the fact that I was going to use my, not even money that was mine. I was going to use my student loan that was for food, just about barely, to buy a piano. Like, what would I have done? Licked the piano for subsistence? Like, what could I have possibly done? It just made no sense. Mm. I'm in Seattle. It costs for a 12 mil tube. I haven't bought a 15 mil tube in a while, but I want to say maybe like, how much should I buy the Queen Gold for? £14? Do I have a place for the piano? So no. No, I do not. And at the time, obviously, I was in like student accommodation, so I had even less space. But my thought process was that really and truly, if I could put it, if I have space for a desk, I have space for a piano. I can put the piano on top of the desk. I really wanted the piano. Who needs yeah, I was eating pita bread. My go-to uni food for that dark no, I'm joking. For that period of my life was pita bread, and then I'd stolen tuna from my mum's house. Not stolen. She, like, to be fair, mums love to feed and stuff. It's so she had like some really nice tuna. So I would basically buy pita bread and then eat the tuna. But then, my mom works so hard. I didn't want her to um I wanted to be like independent. I was like, oh, I'm at uni, I'm grown, I'm going to make it on my own kind of thing. So I was living like a pauper, mate. Like an absolute pauper. And I didn't tell my mum even. She didn't know until after. As in, I told her about the piano, but she didn't know that I was eating pita bread, and she would have been so confused, like, why? And then at some point, I remember, I mean, the pita bread thing was more so towards the end of like, that period because I hadn't like worked out my budget properly. Before that, my mum bought me lots of pesto. So I was like, okay, I can buy pasta. It's not that expensive. So, but I didn't realize pesto was expensive. I did not know because my mum was giving it all to me up until like 2 years ago. As in, like, I would go home, I'd take pesto, go home, take pesto, go home, take pesto. I almost fainted when I went to Sainsbury's and I saw how much it costs. So when I would have pesto, I would just like cook for myself and my flatmate, who again was, also financially challenged at that time. And that's basically what we would do. And then when the pesto ran out, then I moved to the tomato. And then when the tomato ran out, I then moved to the tuna and pita combination. Um, Why? I don't know why I'm doing it. It wasn't intentional. I think I'm not trying to correct mistakes. I just I just ended up doing this. I can't explain how or why. And there was a point where I looked down and I was like, oh, they all look very similar. And here we are. Funding my piano. I would rather, to be fair, now I would rather have art supplies than a piano. Oh yeah, sorry. That's also what I should have said. So, for my Kofi, I am going to be sending out some happy mail, and um, I asked people if they would want to know what comes in the happy mail or they'd want a surprise. People said that they would want a surprise, so I've asked them to vote in a opt-in form, and whichever option wins is what's going to get sent out. And the options are dot cards of a paint haven't that I kind of disclosed on Discord, but I haven't disclosed on here. So it's dot cards, or it's a mini painting, which would be one of these postcards, or um, watercolor paper, or the swatch cards that I've made. It won't be. I should say there won't be A4 size because the postage for A4 is mad, absolutely insane. But it would basically be me printing out my little doodles onto watercolor paper so that people can use them to swatch. Or if there is a particular color would like to be that you would like to see swatched out, any of the Roman small colors, for example, because I have them all, then you tell me what colors you would like to see swatched out so that you can see it up close and personal, and I will swatch them out by hand and send them to you. Those are the 5 options. The deadline is today to sign up for my Kofi and to opt in to receive the happy mail. And once it closes, I will then know which option has won. And I will then know if I am sending out painting, swatch cards, dot cards, or did I say watercolor paper? That's one of the options as well. Because I have like an array of different papers. So I didn't know if people would want to try them out. Yeah, I was checking. That's a good idea, Melissa. I was actually checking Facebook Marketplace And they had some, but then I keep coming and going because I move every year. Like, it's bad enough I have so many heavy things. A piano is a lot. No, you can put it's a you don't you know what I mean? It's an electric piano. I didn't mean like a stand-up piano or a baby grand, but the electric piano, like a stage piano. No, 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 it's not a keyboard. It's not, like keyboards are the weights of the keys are different, basically. Like keyboards have space underneath. They look like a keyboard. They okay, maybe I should. Maybe it's keyboard for everyone else. They look like keyboards, but the keys are weighted and it's big and it's like bigger, has more keys. But they're called like digital pianos, but I guess they look like keyboards, yes. So that's why I mean on top of a desk. Um would work. Let's see about that B. No, no, no. Thank you. Otherwise, I can see why it would sound weird otherwise to have a why I mentioned the desk. See, so I was rational enough to think about that in terms of like where would it go? Can you imagine instead of using my desk to study, I put my piano there. Here I have more space, thankfully, but part of me does wonder. Obviously, I'm going to have to move soon. Don't know where I'm moving to, don't know how big it will be. I'm quite fortunate in that I can afford this place. But to be able to afford London on my own is is hard. And it is thanks to savings because honestly, I'm just tired of sharing. I'm tired of sharing and I don't want to share. And the thought of having to share was making me sad. Not that there's anything wrong with sharing, but more so that I don't want to share and I felt like I had no choice but to share. So I was like, you know what? Savings are for moments like this. I can't I can't go back to having flatmates right now. Mm. Yeah, it's more so like with the moving. I can move with the digital piano. It would be very tricky to move consistently with a upright piano. That's honestly that's how I feel, Dark Roast. I literally feel like I'm just too grown to have flatmates. I don't want to. And I had lovely flatmates in the past, don't get me wrong, but once I tasted the sweet life of living alone, it's hard to go back. Um, and it just felt like, how can I work so hard and not be able to afford to live on my own? So, so like I said, it's not financially wise, but I just needed it. I needed it. I needed it. So that's what I did. Um, and I don't know what I'm doing next year, basically, because by the nature of savings, this plan isn't sustainable. At some point, I'm going to have to. I need a different plan, basically. Ugh, only God knows. But for now, I'm just trying to not think about it until it is time to move. That being said, I was looking at prices, rent prices the other day, just to kind of like mentally prepare myself. Um, and I think I looked for 5 minutes and I was like, "No, this is ridiculous." Like, I can't if I had screenshots when I was looking for places to live, I literally had screenshots of the most ridiculous places. There was one place that said like, "Oh, outdoor," like the flat comes with an outdoor space, and it was literally like stairs that looked like a drug den, like that led to the street. That was the outdoor space they were talking about. Or another one that was like a one-bedroom place, and the bed and the bed was like couldn't quite fit in the room. Like, or another place that was like a beautiful flat, and all they could show, or the only pictures were of the toilet, which was a mess. There was just a lot. I just saw a lot of rubbish, and these places are not cheap. So it's not even like you could be like, okay, I'm living in absolute squalor, but I'm saving money. It was the one with the outdoor space that looked very unsafe was 1,250. Um, the one with the bed that couldn't fit was 1,300. It was just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Uh, do I? Yes, sometimes. I don't think you should because you end up getting um you can end up getting like oils from your hand onto the paper, which means that the paint could get repelled. But it depends. I think sometimes if I am not paying attention, I will start resting my hand on the paper, and sometimes I do not. Most times I try not to, but yes, I do. Mm, yeah, I completely agree. I can't imagine. I think another thing was like, how would I even be doing YouTube with a flatmate right now? At, start at 1 a.m. Like, there's just a freedom that living alone affords you. Yeah. So I don't know. Don't know what I'm going to do. It's fantastic. Honestly, it's fantastic. And like I said, once you move out, it's I find hard to go back. I think it also depends on the type of person that you are. Like, one of my friends is very much an extrovert people person. She lives on her own at the moment and she like hates it. It's like I don't know how you could hate it. I love it. I'm a big fan of it. Uh, 400 feet, barely, barely. I'm not even joking. They are so small. Oh, hey, Hamrim. What time is it where you're at? Are they gold streaks you're adding right now? I am indeed. I'm using the Etcher Golden palette. I've already almost finished one of their half pans, and I've moved on to the next one. Ever since I've started adding gold, it's got me in a chokehold. I love it. Um, that is ridiculous. Yeah, no, honestly, the some of the flats, it just hurts because it's a double whammy. They're expensive and they are rubbish. So I'm lucky. I like where I'm living now. It took me so long to get comfortable here though. It almost felt like, because I knew, I kind of felt like, oh, it almost feels like it's too good to be true. I know that the way that I am like paying for it isn't sustainable long term. Isn't necessarily sustainable long term. So it's almost like I didn't want to get too attached because I knew it wouldn't last. So yeah, it took me a long time to like get comfortable and to really settle in, to unpack, to even to like sleep in my room took me a while. Um, initially, I don't know. It was just weird. Yeah, renting is a nightmare. Um, I'm not I'm not surprised. They uh just take liberties, and I think a lot of the time, like now as it stands, it's like, you know, what they call a landlord's market. They can do anything. I'm not going to lie, I'm very, very blessed. My landlord is love like I've been always hands down, thank God, very fortunate with my landlords and my landladies. Um like yeah, I've had awesome landlords, awesome landladies. So from that perspective, I can't complain. Even when I was living with other flatmates, they were great. Um, I'm still friends with my landladies. I'm not friends with my landlords. I find that a bit weird. But with my landladies, we're all good. Oh yeah, I 100% believe it. My old place was one room. It was a studio. And even then, I was like, "This is amazing," um, because I was alone. But it was one room. I could never have guests. Because it could fit, it had a kitchenette, so it didn't have an actual kitchen, which, as you can imagine, did wonders for my diet. And it had a double bed, a desk, a kitchenette, which is basically a stove top and a sink, and then a shower room finish. And that was one of the nicer places that I found. Place before that, again, same thing. It was the place before that was a bit bigger, um, but it had no natural sunlight. Ah, thinking back, and even then, I was like so happy to be there and willing to be there because I was on my own. I really loved the landlady. I loved the area, and I had an actual kitchen. And then with the next place, although I didn't have a kitchen, it had so much natural light that again, I was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. I don't need a kitchen. Your flats come with beds. I get furnished if I can, because otherwise it's just not sustainable. I hate moving, and I cannot move with big furniture every year. It would kill me. Not even slowly. So I try to get furnished flats. Well, I say flats. This is the second. Actually, this is the third place I've lived on my own. Um, but everywhere I've been has been furnished. I haven't got it in me to carry a bed and carry a couch and all that stuff. Everything I buy, I think, how am I going to carry this? Like, you know, I have a chest of drawers for my art supply. I have two chests of drawers for my art supplies. One actually has like my watercolors and stuff. The other one was more so for when I was making prints. Oh, sorry, pre-Raphaelite. Was it? Somebody asked me if I made my own prints. I didn't. I had them made. I tried making my own prints, but then my printer stopped working. So for the for the prints that I sent as a thank you for buying my paintings, I got them made by a company. Sorry, I forgot. I hope that you rested, Miss Ebony. Quite a few people have said that to me and were like, oh, I know, right? I've never my brother, who is a lot younger than me, has just moved and got movers. And to me, I don't know why, I have never got movers. I have moved every year since 2015, right? So I've moved 7 times. I've never had movers. I've hated it every time. My brother moves once, he gets movers, and it sounds like a completely different experience. And I was like, I cannot believe it never really occurred to me to get movers. like, like, I don't know how or why, but yeah, I'll check because last time it took me weeks to recover after the move. I was so tired. I hurt my back. I hurt my like knee. I was achy for weeks, and I was exhausted. Like I was actually exhausted. I had a headache. I got a migraine. And then straight after I moved, there was the heat wave. So, oh, thank you, Melissa. Um, so I was wrecked. I was completely wrecked. And at that point, I said, you know what, I'm not doing this again. Next time, I'm definitely getting movers, especially because I normally like move my stuff myself and then do multiple trips, borrow a car from my mum, and do this. And I was like, I don't think I have it in me to do this again. And that's part of the reason I started decluttering. Um, although you can't tell because not with the art supplies, but part of the reason that I started decluttering the rest of my place is I'm thinking I'm going to have to move soon and I cannot carry all this stuff. I need to start donating it, start moving it, start getting rid of things that I don't want and stop buying stuff because otherwise it will be a nightmare. Why do I move so often? Because of work. Because of work. Because the way that the training program works, you move hospital every year, usually, and it can be anywhere within a certain area, and the area is big. So, for example, my first job, the distance between my first job and my second job was something like it was something ridiculous. It was something like 1.5 hour drive. Like that was the distance between the two. And between that one and my next one was 45-minute drive, but it was through the like motorway. So if there's no traffic, fine. If there is traffic or there's an accident, then forget getting home. Then between that place and the following place was an hour and 10-minute drive. And I tried that, got a few migraines, said that's not going to work. And again, it was through the motorway. And then from that place to the next place was I think like 1 hour 45 minutes. So basically each time that I move, I don't really get much choice. Like you rank the hospitals that you want to go in, but you still have to move. All the hospitals are far away from each other. Um so um so I moved to be closer to the hospitals or to at least have like somewhat of a decent commute. The alternative would be, I guess, some people just live or buy somewhere really central and then you don't have to move as much. But then you'll always be like maybe 40 minutes away from most hospitals. And they are really, really, really expensive. Like really, really expensive. That's what I was looking at a few days ago. And I think I put my budget in, said 1 bedroom that costs less than 1,500 a month, excluding bills. And we're talking pounds, yeah. In this area, zero results. Zero, not a single one. Um Yeah, no, I can't work remote. Have to, you know. Mm, um, no, I do use the subway, but the subway it's still far, and these hospitals aren't like near subways. Like I don't live in London. I live in the outskirts of London. So although there are trains, that it's still like the same. So for example, from this hospital that I'm at to my old hospital. So yeah, from my this hospital that I'm at to my old hospital is 1 hour 50 minutes by public transport, 1 hour 45 minutes by driving. So if I'm living close to one hospital and I get a next one that's far, and you don't know, like it's not like I know, okay, these are the hospitals I'm going to be in for the next 5 years. I don't know where my next placement is going to be. So I don't know if I'm going to be near here or if they're going to move me back to the other side, which is almost 2 hours away. So we'll see. No, it's not forever. It is I technically have 4 years left um, of having to move, and then at that point, I can start applying for more permanent jobs. And once I get that, I then won't have to move. I'll be able to stay there for as long as I want. But then again, I don't know where that is, or yeah. Like I've literally tried. I tried doing the journey by, and also my other place had no subway. Well, um, but I've tried doing the journey. I've tried like driving back when I had a car. Um, but it just didn't work. Like especially because I do night shifts. Um, yeah, driving after a night shift is not great for me. I'm just gonna I'm just gonna leave it at that and be like, I tried it, like live to tell the tale, thank God, but very very evident that it is not for me and that I needed to stop it, which I did. So yeah, that's what it is. Me and junior doctors are striking at the moment. I went to the strikes earlier today. It is just about the only thing I managed to do. No, I 100% agree. Well, I've never been drunk, but I assume. Yeah, a calm. That honestly, that might be. No, work does not help at all. Tell a lie. The one time that they helped, to be fair, and that was helpful, and um, in the form of they gave me some money to move was, and by some money I mean like half of with the move, I was going to pay rent for two places at the same time for the period of a month. So they gave me half a month's rent to mitigate some of that cost. And that was the first time because the distance between my first job and my second job was so ridiculously large that I wouldn't that they kind of offered that. So I think there's something like a caveat, or that if they move you more than 60 miles away from the job that you were at previously, and it's like a fixed move, so it's not that I didn't choose that hospital, I was moved to there, then they help with relocation costs. But that was a one-time deal. Um, and thereafter it hasn't happened. Like I must say, obviously there are some people that don't move, right? But I tend to find that the people that don't move are either very good at driving, irrespective of how a shift is gone, or like say for example, if you know, they're like married, they have kids, they can't move, you know, and it's two incomes. My flat stays the same price whether one person lives in it or two, you know. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, I know, but that's definitely um it's definitely a lot. I think I remember like one time I was fine. I felt fine when I started driving, and then at some point I started feeling very tired, and I was like, no, I need to like, you know, put down the window, turned up the radio, all that. None of it was working. I was really, really tired. So I was like, okay, I'm going to get out of the hard shoulder, which I have never done before. I've never, you know, felt the need to do that. And then the sign comes up, no hard shoulder for 20 miles. I'm like, I was like, okay, you know, 20 miles will come very quickly. I have no choice. There's no hard shoulder. I have to keep driving, singing along to the music. And then I kind of, you know, fell asleep for a second on the motorway. Um, and thankfully, I woke up, but I was so scared from that experience that I was like, yeah, I'm not doing this again. And even then, it's like, oh gosh, yeah. Um, so definitely don't drive tired. Yeah. So from that, I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm not driving after night shifts anymore. And obviously, I was fine. Everybody was fine. Thank God. Um, but it was scary, you know, just feeling that tired and knowing there's nothing I could do. Like I can't, you know, I can't stop. I have to keep going. And yeah. Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, it does happen. I do hope that once it is all done, I will know where to work. I'll have had great experience. And I mean, it's great if you don't like where you're working, right? Because you know that you're going to leave. That you're going to leave at some point soon. But at the moment, it's quite annoying. I think I would be happy if it was like every 2 years or something. Yeah, very, very. I think I think it was more so, you know, a lot of the time when you start off driving, you feel fine. So I felt completely fine when I was starting driving. And I think there was traffic at some point, and it was after the traffic that I started feeling tired. And I was like, okay, I need to stop. And it's like, no hard shot. I still remember the sign so clearly because I was laughing to myself because I've never stopped at a hard shoulder. I never felt the need to stop at a hard shoulder. And the one time that I want to stop at a hard shoulder, I see a sign to say that there is no hard shoulder. Sorry, sucker, you're going to have to keep driving. It really did feel like sod's law. Mm, let's yeah, yeah, yeah. To be a so we have things like and let me know if you know, like we have things like Ubers and Bolts, right? So they are cheaper and you don't have to do the test that the cab drivers do is called the knowledge test. And the reason I can't remember, I don't know if you also had to like check this, but basically like I just remember learning in when I was in secondary school, which is like the equivalent of high school, about the test that they did that they would have to do, which is called the knowledge test, because there was a study looking at a certain part of their brain to see if it changed as a result of them doing all of this. I believe it is the hippocampus. So they were basically looking to see if having to learn all the streets and all this spatial awareness would literally change their brains. The answer was yes. So yes, they have to, but that's black cab drivers. But if someone wants to be like an Uber driver or a Bolt driver, then no, you don't have to do that test. And black cabs are very expensive, very, very expensive. Uber drivers is, the cost is almost like £1 per minute driven. That's like what it roughly ends up being. So I think that's a bit expensive. I think that's a bit expensive, but that's because like my home, my family home is like over an hour drive away. So it's sometimes, it depends actually. Sometimes it will say something that's like it's £80, and then other times it will drop to 50, and then a few times I've been very lucky and it's been like 40. So it does kind of change, but roughly £1 per minute is the rough cost. Oh, thank you so much for joining, Frosty Girl. I know, I am impressed. So many of you have been able to stay for so long. I really do enjoy our live streams. And I am curious to see what will win in terms of Happy Mail. And as a reminder to anyone who's interested in a Happy Mail, the deadline is today being April the 12th. So the deadline to sign up to receive it and the deadline to become a member is today. Be there or be square. Do you know why they say be there or be square? Because if you're square, you're not around. Get it? At least that's what I've been told, and I thought that was super clever. Just adding a little bit of, yes, the lammy. Someone called Vani, who I believe is a medic as well, kept recommending this pen over and over. They were like, please just get the Lamy pen. And eventually I caved and I got the Lamy. And I do enjoy it. Again, I'm not like a massive pen person. I enjoy it, but I haven't used many other fountain pens, so I don't know if I would say like this is the best or I love it, but I like the color. It works good. I'm just trying to figure out that issue that I mentioned I was having, where every so often I'll have to like unscrew it because I have a converter inside. So every so often, like even though the converter hasn't run out of ink, I would have to unscrew it and push the plunger down to get the ink out. So far, since I refilled it again, I haven't needed to do that. So I'm hoping that perhaps I didn't quite fill it right the first time, and now I filled it correctly and I won't have to do that. It will just automatically move down. But I will keep you posted. I want more. Okay. Oh, good night, Renee. The cat must be a bay. Good night. Just got to keep using it to keep the ink flowing. Yeah, no, it wasn't even like it would almost be like, say I'm using, if I were to do maybe like half a page like this, and I'm literally like just drawing, everything is fine. At some point, the ink will just like get thinner and thinner and thinner and then stop. And the only way that I can then, and I can stay there and keep scratching away at my paper and do the shaking like in 101 Dalmatians. But the only way to get the ink would be to take this bit off and then twist this. But I think it started to do it itself already. So basically the plunger wasn't moving. So it's almost like gravity was the only thing I was using to get the ink out. And there would come a point where I would have to twist the plunger so that ink comes down. And then that would last me for maybe like another 10 minutes. And I would have to keep doing that. The squeezer ones. So, oh, shall we? Part of me, I'm not 100% confident on this masking tape. I prefer the tape that I was using. People kept asking me what it's called. It is called magic tape. I know someone said magic tape is permanent, but the tape that I was using is magic tape. It's not permanent, and it's almost got like this plasticky feel to it. No, they smudge for lefties, don't they, dark roast? Let's see. Oh, it's looking good. It's looking promising. Okay, perhaps I'm too harsh on this. Yeah, perhaps I'm too harsh on this tape. I always feel like it's not going to work, but for the most part, it's never 100%. But for the most part, it ain't bad. Okay. Oops. Oh no. Here we go. Last bit. Ta-da! Yeah, exactly. I am impressed. So these these look like triplets. Yeah. So, oopsie. Thank you all for joining this live stream and for staying awake for all these hours and chatting with me and for being my Kofi members, because a lot of you are Kofi members. I really appreciate all of you. I hope that you have enjoyed watching these 6 paintings come along. If you haven't already done so, please remember to hit the like button. Because I'd really appreciate it. And it does help the channel, and it does let YouTube know that even though it is a live stream, people still enjoy it. But yeah, I should probably go to bed. And as I say, I guess we'll see if they are picked, then I will send these as Happy Mail. If not, there's plenty of other rewards, but I hope that you have enjoyed seeing them. I hope that I have answered your questions about Kofi and about the rewards and about everything else. I really enjoyed today. In fact, I now feel ready to sleep. Initially, I felt like, no, I can't sleep. I haven't done enough and, you know, been very unproductive. But now I feel like I've relaxed. I've may have been unproductive earlier in the day, but I feel like I have been productive. I feel like I've won something. Um, I don't know what Sotheby Market is. Thank you so much, Dark Rose. Thank you, Nikolai. Thank you, Miss Ebony. Thank you, Danielle. Oh, hey, John. You just about missed us. Thank you, Artful Notion, Humdrum. Honestly, I appreciate all of you. Melissa, if you're still here, Pre-Raphaelite, if you're still here. I never found the pictures like my sketchbook. But next time that I live stream, if Pre-Raphaelite is here, I will share the picture that you're referring to. I know the paintings that you're talking about. I just don't know where my sketchbook is. But yeah, rest is productive. That is very true. Thank you so much. But yeah, good night, guys, or good day. Have an amazing time. Thank you. See you next time. Bye.